And that will see the crowd here. It's going to be a very, very peaceful atmosphere. It's going to be. I'm not suggesting for any chaotic something also, because people here, they are not violent. They are not. They are ready to cast their vote for their candidates.
From the North local government area of Osun State, Unit 9, Ward 2, where the governor votes, Temitope Adedeji reporting for KAFTAN TV News.
Olugbenga, one of the electorate who came around to see the situation of things and observed how the procedure is going against tomorrow.
Thank you very much. As you can see that the exercise is going on well. We got here very early in the morning and the materials have been distributed to the ad hoc staff. And right now we are at the rack centers and we've checked all our bags and the materials are fully completed. So we are still working. So things are going on well. The environment is cool and the spirit is high against tomorrow. Yes, thank you very much. The security personnel, those in charge of the security are doing marvelously well. If you notice, you can see that the police officers are positioned in some areas whereby they can see what is going on. And even in the rack, you still have some officers there monitoring what is going on. So the security is as at now is okay.
I am Joshua Atolagbe, reporting for KAFTAN Television. All right. What's the situation on ground in the Ward 5, Unit 4?
The situation is very, very well because everybody are here to cut a vote today. So both parties, we understand each other. So we cannot fight for this level today.
So have you checked the INEC materials? Are they intact? Is there anything that can give you a questionable doubt on the exercise of today?
No, because everybody will just arrive now. So we just go down and check our name. So maybe our name is there or not. So we go and check the INEC official. Maybe the materials is very intact or not.
All right, thank you. Can we meet you once again? What's your name once again?
My name is Osun Decides.
Thank you, sir.
Situation on ground here. The situation on ground as at now, everything is going on well. The presiding officers and APO1, APO2, they are already on ground, and we have some of our security men also available. Everything is going on well.
Has the electorate checked their names from the list?
They are checking their names as it was listed on the wall there.
All right, thank you, sir.
Which party are you representing?
I'm representing Accord Party.
Welcome back from that short break. Those were the latest updates from Osun. Now let's turn to newspaper review, where the major headlines are centered on the Osun State election, with focus on preparations, voter expectation, security arrangement, and projection from key political stakeholders.
And yes, talking about the newspaper reviews, let's go to Vanguard, the Saturday Vanguard actually, where the major headline says, will bread, rice, money determine winner? That is as regards the Osun elections, as Osun votes today. Money will influence the outcome. Some said that is the stakeholders, parties transferring 20,000 naira, 10,000 naira, 500 naira and co. That is when you get to the front page of the NIU, that's the first thing you're going to see. Adeleke actually also said, I will probe political violence. That's according to Demola Adeleke. Also, if you look at the far right and the far left corner of The Vanguard newspaper, are going to see West Half writes Tinubu. Fans, ex-internationals call for the overhaul of the NFF board. Also in the middle, that is at the top corner of the Vanguard, you're going to see 2027 article asks courts to disqualify Tinubu over names and certificate controversy. Those are the headlines for now when it comes to the Vanguard. What do you have on your
And
side?
on the Nation, we have the major headline whereby Osun election, it's APC's Oyebamiji versus Adeleke. ADC, others are fringe players. Election must be free and fair, coming from our own President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. APC raises the alarm over plot to disrupt election in 2 local government areas. Police reiterate ban on Amotekun non-state actors, and PDP not part of the governorship election, says INEC. And on the other side of the Nation, we have police arrest suspect over alleged plot to kidnap bishop's wife in Plateau State. And NUPRC must swap of petroleum to deepen domestic supply. And down part here, 2027, article files suit to disqualify Tinubu over NYSC certificate. And that's all on the Nation newspaper.
Okay, let's take Punch newspapers actually. On Punch newspaper, I think there are lots of news stories there. The front page itself is saying that APC are called wage 20,000 naira per vote war. 1.9 million residents decide next governor today amid vote buying outcomes, and someone even claimed that I collected money from both parties in my polling units. That's according to the Saturday Punch. Also, if you go a bit at the top, you're going to see that helpless Borno families sell houses to pay ransoms. This is very, very sad. If you go down, you're going to see brutal fate of vulnerable women branded as witches. That is one of the stories that we are seeing there. Then on the far down corner of it, we are saying that Tinubu dragged to court and EU over INEC documents. And we're also saying that Lakurawa terrorists killed 4 soldiers in Sokoto. But then that's all we have for Punch that I can say for now.
And on the Guardian newspaper, whereby the major headline is Osun poll, can federal orcs crush the doves? And whereby we also have Tinubu charges INEC to ensure credible election. Aroa demand strict neutrality from INEC security agencies. Odeyemi Ajishafe raised alarm over alleged missing ballot paper. We already have missing ballot papers. Okay. Olurode predicts peaceful election. And down the Guardian newspaper, we have Tinubu woos diaspora capital, says Nigeria now ready for investment. He also says Nigeria and US could talk to deepen counter-terrorism cooperation. And finally, expert says private capital policy reform key to achieving Nigeria's 1 trillion economy targets. And that's all on the Guardian newspaper.
Well, we'll not just be looking at those old things, we'll also be discussing on these headlines that we have seen today. And joining us now is our guest. I happen to be a friend of the house. Yes, he is an ex-legislator here in Ondo State. He is a political analyst. He is a man fast, a man of many sides. And yes, for those of us that watches our program, you will know him to be someone that is very articulate. And I'm very glad to announce to us that Honorable Olushiji Akindioshe is with us in the studio, who will be reviewing the newspaper headlines with us and also discussing the major stories shaping today's elections. Thanks for joining us today on the program, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you for
exercise their democratic
rights. It's nice. In fact, we are glad that you are here to finally look into this Osho elections and all that. We saw what happened with Ekiti actually, and now we are having Osho here today. How excited are you for how the process is going as we speak?
Well, I am a little bit excited, and at the same time, I am not too happy about the way our leaders are portraying democracy. I think it should be the right of the people to decide who they want in offices, without any hindrance. But when we look at the Osun election and the more recent one,
the Ekiti election,
you will see a lot of things that are not really good for our democracy. You see people throwing loaves of bread to
people,
the people, not necessarily the voters, but they will be involved. Then we've been hearing a lot of news or rumors about vote buying. So it's like they have hampered in that democracy. So I'm not too happy about it. We should have moved even to the extent of not getting holidays on election days. We should be free. We should have advanced, because when you say we are progressive in nature, you don't need to be retrogressive. When election is not really free, it's not free, then we are not practicing democracy.
Well, talking about news, actually, just as you just said, on the Saturday Vanguard, actually, one of the stories there is saying that will bread, rice, and money determine the winner of the elections, and stakeholders are saying will actually influence the outcome. Now, why am I asking this? Because I remember that in the Ekiti elections, there was a point where EFCC were on ground to ensure that they curb vote buying, but the people themselves chased out the EFCC officials there so that they won't stop them from buying votes. What's your take on this rhetoric that has been shown on the Saturday Vanguard, that will bread, will rice, will money determine the winner of the elections?
Well, based on hunger that is pervading everywhere, based on unemployment, and there is this deepened poverty in the society, a lot of people will succumb to immediate love. The Zoic tendency will be there. Esau sold his birthright because he could not keep up his hunger. So it's so sad that our politicians cannot think beyond loaves of bread, dishing out 20,000, 50,000 to people on election day. And it's not their fault, because the people have not been properly educated. What does it take a man to fast for a whole day in order to gain a lot of blessings for the next 4 years? If only we have NGOs, the National Orientation Agency, to really educate people on this, the electorate, that look, when people bring money, they don't mean well for you. You are getting deeper in the valley of poverty, and immediate satisfaction that you derive from bread, after digestion, you go to the toilet and it's gone. The rice you are being given, well, maybe 1 kg, how long will it take you? But when you take a decision, you make the decision for the future. So they must know the impact of the decision they are making now on election days. And when there are no, even the parties are not educating the electorate as much as expected. So you can have it. Yes, we will always have a kind of negative impact on democracy when poverty is all over the place.
When poverty is all over the place. And talking about poverty being all over the place, someone even talked about don't let your families be involved in violence, but talking about violence too as well. Adeleke himself said that we probe all political violences that is going to happen maybe in the Osun election. This is also quoted from the Vanguard itself. And we know that pre-elections to Osun elections, we know vividly well that there had been cases of violence. There were, at least before today, we've had cases of close to 29 deaths, politically motivated death cases pre-election in Osun. And we also know that as at this morning, as at yesterday night to this morning, we've seen cases of 146 people being picked at the house of someone. We've seen a senator particularly speak in a manner that shouldn't have been, in a language that shouldn't have been used pre-election or in an electoral season in this country, in Osun as we speak. So Adeleke is going to probe political violence. How do you see that as a statement? Don't you think that it's maybe pretentious too from himself, because the violence seems to not go one side. It could be both sided.
Violence should be probed, but the personnel or those who will sit over such are my worries. Well, if the governor says so, that is his constitutional responsibility.
True.
And we all know the truth about desperation, over desperation, which will lead to violence. And look at our youth. Can you see old people being involved in violence? The youth, those who are supposed to understand their past. When Nahoro was 27 years, when Go 24 or so, when Awolowo and all those in their youth, they were vibrant, they were forward-looking, but our youths are no longer like that. We now find youths carrying guns and doing that for people who have planted their children over abroad, who are in Oxford, Cambridge University, and you, the youth, you are just here carrying guns for somebody, and the violence will be probed. I am worried because even before the eruption of violence, we have a system, a security system, that should have collected intelligence about such things. We all know ourselves as politicians. We know those who are really prone to instigating violence. Look at what happened at Elisha that day when a senator, distinguished, we use it distinguished. Can we redefine that? Can we take away that from, and then be very, very careful who is distinguished? Are you distinguished for violence or for peace? There is much about our leaders, and let me tell you, that particular aspect of probing violence, the police, and let me say the security agencies that are supposed to nip violence in the bud, sometimes they are openly compromised. They are openly compromised. And you see, the control of that will even lead to the issue of state police and whatever. The state police system. Imagine if we have a state police system, already on ground in Osun. Would they be fighting the federal police? Would they be fighting the Amotekun? And now Amotekun is out of the system, because they believe that Amotekun must have sympathy for the state and the governor on seat.
They did the same thing in Ekiti.
Yes. And now, there is a foundational problem. At the point where the Bishop Kuka and His Excellency's Abubakar, when they come to sign the peace accord, I would suggest that in future, all the security heads should not be left out of signing the accord. The police must sign, the IGP must sign and guarantee fairness of the police. Similarly, the NCDC and all other relevant agencies, they are supposed to protect the people. They are supposed to be neutral. From my own personal experience, when a criminal enters a town like maybe where you have less than 1 million people, there is a system by which they can pick up that criminal. But what's going on in Nigeria? We have technology, we have everything. We are not deploying drones to locate where politicians prior to election, they are massing up thugs. And as a matter of fact, how can we just accept a situation whereby an election, just off-cycle election, is taking place in Osun, and you have been imported from Lagos, from other neighboring states, by who? The investigation has to go to, because that is what will bring up and spark violence. When those people at home say, oh, these are strangers, they don't even have right to come to our state to come and vote, so why are they there? And that is what we call a kind of undercurrent of violence. And I don't think the Nigerian security systems, let's say the police, the DSS, they are not living up to expectation. They're not.
Talking about living up to expectations, actually, I think there are some stories. I think Ajoke asked them on her.
Yeah, from the Nation newspaper, the major headline was Osun election. It's APC Oyebamiji versus Adeleke. So, do you think is about about party and personality now? Because it's looking like it is APC against Adeleke. What can you say about that?
Yes, at different levels. You have incumbency versus incumbency. Adeleke belongs to a different party, but he is the incumbent in Osun State. Ambo belongs to the ruling party at the center. And every strength, every energy is being deployed. Every force is being deployed to support him. It's so apparent, so clear. So you have a clash, the federal might and the state might. And in fact, it is horrible that they are not considering the interests of the people. This is democracy. It should be like a carnival. It should be like a joyous atmosphere all over the place. Let people go in and vote. You have campaigned. Why do you need to bring in governors from other states? Why do you need ministers? No. Why do you need even INEC itself? How can you bring other resident electoral commissioners to that state? When actually, imagine we have 36 states contain where elections happen in 36 states at the same time. Will you make photocopies or will you clone resident electoral commissioners to go and help in other states? So I believe that all this incumbency factor, desperation, and so on, lack of regard for the people of Osun, the totality is lack of regard for democracy and the people of Osun State. Let me go down a little bit. When you feel that somebody is not allowing the people to vote freely, you can link it up with what happened to us 30-something years ago, where people voted, made a choice of MK Abiola, and all of a sudden a group of people annulled the election. It's not too far from hindering people from voting freely. The elections went on freely that day. I was part of that election. I was an agent. And we were jubilating, only to hear that their election was annulled. Now, is a kind of hybrid of attack on democracy. Some people are in position they don't want to leave. They want to sustain it not only by the rules, but by vitiating the rules, by bypassing the rules. So, when you find politicians coming out that they are Democrats, look at their attitude, look at their conduct. What is democratic in
about them?
In not allowing people to vote? In saying you want your supporters to kill others. Is that how to be democratic? So we are not yet there. We need to. Unfortunately, the youth that should be pushing for reforms, for all those things, are not there. Like I said earlier, the accord being signed, a mere celebration of mere ritual, must involve all those who will conduct the elections, the police, the army, and so on. So that, look at, we had a report yesterday verified, and it was true that somebody was caught. I don't know which party he belonged. I didn't confirm. Somebody was caught with a gun. And the next thing was that the officer who did that job, as alleged, was transferred out of that environment. So
we've not got any information on that
yet. Yeah, that's...
But we'll look into that. A bit away from the Osun elections, we saw a news story, which I think the nation, as the story. Vanguard has the story, even Punch has the same story too as well, talking about Atiku, who has filed a suit to disqualify Tinubu over NYSC certifications. What's your take on that? Do you think it's the right move? Because we know that from 1999, Tinubu has always had issues like that. We remember Fawemi took him to court on that case. In fact, backed up by one ministers today, Festus Keyamo. We've seen it happen at 2023. And now Atiku is doing the same thing in 2027. What's your take on that?
Atiku, to some people, is beating a dead horse. However, in our democracy, under the rule of law, if you are not satisfied with the thing, you have the right to go to court. And to court, allow the court and judiciary to make pronouncement that. I think people who would want to take issues to court for clarification should not be castigated. They should not be criminalized. It is part of civilization. And under democracy, rule of law, you can take anybody to court, but it is left for the court to say, this is the way it should go. I think it's a civilized way. Now, whether there will be a positive outcome or not, a lot of people believe that, oh, how can you take the president to court? How can you say... But, you see, the legal system, the judicial system in Nigeria is such that we also want to look back and see certain issues that have been taken to court in the past. You know, Atiku took even his principal, Obasanjo, to court severally. And all the pronouncements then generated the feelings, the confidence in the people that the judiciary was still there for the common man, as the last hope. So there were very, very foundational judgments in the past, even up to the Supreme Court, that has really boosted our democracy. And people had much more confidence in the judiciary. But of recent, people are skeptical. Some people will tell you, oh, it's a done deal. How can you? Because they said ministers were being, houses were being given to judges, and judicial officers were being given luxury that was a kind of thing that never happened in the past. And
houses and estates were
yes, even there was a case of a car presented to a judge, or let me say an official, and that became a kind of scandal that you should not accept gifts. You recall, even under military rule, that David West, who was a minister, had a wristwatch given to him. And I think Babangida took it against him. So when we are looking at Atiku and people are condemning him, he's laying a foundation for the future. If he gets a judgment, which is any positive judgment, which people believe shouldn't be, then we can see that such pronouncement will add value to our judicial reforms in the future. So I think Atiku it's better to go to court than to start any kind of unconstitutional step.
And speaking of that again, we have another story coming from the Guardian newspaper, whereby Tinubu, whose diaspora capital, says Nigeria is now ready for investment. Are we truly ready for investment despite the economy of Nigeria? And despite the fact that we lack industrialization in Nigeria, are we truly ready for investment? Or is just saying it based, coming from his own perspective and angle of Nigeria?
Well, the government will say there is conducive atmosphere for investment. But in singing this conducive environment for investors to come, how many of the investors have come? People have divested. Glasgow, Smithline, all those, Dunlop, they are gone from Nigeria. Now, if you have your money and truly yours, will you come and invest there? How can Dangote go to Iraq or Iran now to invest? So we need peace. But those who are in position of authority, they don't see the way the ordinary people will see it.
Yeah.
The impact of investment, yes, we welcome investment.
Very important.
Because there will be positive
changes and economic
unemployment will be addressed. The economy will be re-energized. Even our own internal investment, how good is the atmosphere? If you want to invest now, you don't have enough money, you go to banks and so on, then the rate will kill the investment. However, let me applaud government for the proposed $500 million pipelines, gas pipeline that will pass through about 14 or 15 countries and then down to Europe. That's laudable. I also know of the NDDC Agric Revolution. That was the summit that was held in July in Abuja, and the plans are good, but who are those people who execute them? As long as they are involved in corruption, then they will pollute the system. So we need to make the atmosphere safe, the environment safe for investors first. Let us look at how if government is addressing the issue of corruption now, and they open the files, they ask EFCC to bring out all the files of even the top players in government now, and they are being dealt with. You must know about what confirmed the allegations at NDDC. Imagine if in those years that had been addressed, it will now bring about confidence. Look at our judiciary. Do you think when, as an investor, maybe from Europe, you are studying Nigeria, and you look at the system, insecurity has taken over security, and then you find corruption in every strata of our activity or society, and then you look at kidnappers, or maybe let me put that under insecurity. You look at how people are being wasted under democracy. 39 or so people killed within a few weeks in Osun, just because of who will come down to come and invest. Have you not heard about foreigners who were somehow harassed on the Lagos Benin Express? So security has to be in place before investors can come. Economy has to be stabilized somehow. People have to get kind of confidence in the system before. I have friends that we can talk to. Our mates in UK who even asked me one time that could we bring trucks and then maybe get involved in refuse evacuation. What? I couldn't guarantee him. Not because of insecurity, but because of corruption. Who is the driver that would drive the truck?
The security.
That's a social problem too. But let me clear two stories actually, sir, before. I'm very sorry to actually continue, but I want to clear two stories because as you talked about insecurity, it just rang on my Punch posted on their headlines that they are helpless, that Bono families actually sell houses to pay ransom. If you go to Guardian, also you see a story that, though it doesn't really go that way, but it's talking about Nigeria and US conclude talks to deepen counter-terrorism cooperation. Now, the kidnappings is heightened to a very large extent. People are now selling houses even in Borno State to actually pay ransoms. Another story was even talking about the fact that police had to arrest some people who are planning to kidnap the wives of bishops in Plateau State. But now it's also saying that the US and Nigeria has actually concluded talks to deepen counter-terrorism cooperation. This has been going on for quite some time. Remember that Donald Trump even had to pull his weight. But now that Nigeria is now concluding talks with the United States to deepen counter-terrorism cooperation. Do you think this can also be a game changer to at least help people at this time to, curb insecurities in Nigeria?
Well, I want to appreciate the fact that some people are taking steps to look outside the country. Why? The solution is right there within. I am confident. I have seen it, and I am unrepentantly, I believe that there is nothing about this insecurity that our security system working under adequate provisions and atmosphere, there's nothing they cannot handle. Let me tell you, intelligence is the foundation of action for security, any security outfit. You must know what is going to happen, where it's going to happen, who are involved. Now, imagine the UAE sending the names of sponsors of terrorism to this country, not last year, not 2 years ago, but more than 5 during Buhari's regime. What did we do about it? So, when you talk about counter-terrorism, it's another way of wasting our money. People will have to carry, the whole team will go to US and I know, if you listen to one retired Commodore, I listened to him on a national television, and nobody has countered all his submissions, that in this country, there is a plan to do certain things. And any plan that is not moving towards that could only be cosmetics. It should be superficial. So, in conclusion, I believe that we don't even need physical presence of the US to make our soldiers, our security organizations, to get this insecurity solved, I believe. And nobody, even listen to General Irabo some hours ago or something. He was so, if you read his mien, you will know that this man was worried that, look, how can it be that indiscipline has gone so deep that people will make careless talk, will make hate speech, and there won't be actions. Now they are the people now saying they want to counter terrorism. They want to counter terrorism. Even the open terrorism, the hate speech that would terrorize people, that will ignite Christians against Muslims. When a leader comes out, that is verbal terrorism, which can be backed by action. And you are instigating some of these youths who may not have money. And look at what happened to that lady in was it in Sokoto, who she tweeted and then she got killed. So these are some of the things. These are part of terrorism. Actions of religious bigots, tribal bigots, that should be curtailed. Now you want to curtail, and there was a government who said you open the borders for foreigners to make Nigeria their home base. Are we addressing that? Unless we go for that, we cannot find solution. We cannot go to America 10 times.
It's well.
Sorry for Joshua for cutting you. And speaking of finding solution, I'm still going to bring you back to economy of Nigeria, whereby in the same Guardian newspaper, an expert says private capital and policy reform are the keys to achieving Nigeria's 1 trillion economic target. Is it true? Is it private capital and policy reform? Because there have been a lot of reformations, the policy reformation that Nigeria has been embarked on recently. So are these ways we can achieve the 1 trillion economic target?
Yes, you have to lay on the table your policies for revitalization of the economy. And government one side and private capital investors on the other hand. But those who develop the policy for government sometimes we put the clean policies there. Is it that we don't have brains enough? We have more than enough to give us policies that can revive the Nigerian economy. We have professors, we have people who are who are confirmed private operators who have developed their business concerns even in the midst of this hardship. But where is the political will? Because the vision must come with the leader. The leader must have the vision that the vision must not be restricted to the leader. It must be
spread wide to the
yes,
people.
It must be explained. It must be explicit to the people, so that even if there is hardship along the line, when the people agree with the policy and they know your vision, then you can say, oh, let us go back to tightening our belt and all those things, and whatever comes in terms of suffering, we can live with it because it will be for a short time. But in a situation where the people are not confident enough to see the ray of success ahead, then so private capital and that of government can come together. Then look at our banking system. What is the base for borrowing in the banks for even entrepreneurs, agropreneurs as you call them? We have socialpreneurs now.
Socialpreneurs, yeah, content creators and the rest.
Yes, they need money, they need capital. Is the capital available?
No.
Look at our development bank. Look at the loan system and so on. Are we making these things available? So the policies and the vision of the leader must be such that will be so explicit, and we instill in the people the confidence that there will be a success in a short while. So I don't think we have that on ground now.
Well,
people are confused.
Just one final story from the headlines. I think I just need your words just slightly on this. But while we are speaking, it turns out that Bola Ibameje has got into his polling unit actually and is set to vote. He has done his accreditation already. But that aside, this one has to do with the Nigerian national team. We talked about the fact that West Right Tinubu, fans, ex-internationals called for overhaul of the NFF board. And this is one of the things that many Nigerians have been talking about recently. For the first time ever, we are seeing a situation where even down to the youth teams of Nigeria are not making it into world competitions. And it's kind of sad. Nigerian national team, the male never made it to the World Cup. Nigeria's female did make it to the World Cup as well. In fact, they got knocked out of the WAFCON at the quarterfinal stage, and many have talked about the fact that Nigeria's sports, football, which happens to be a very big, huge industry in Nigeria, is going down the drain if we still maintain the current NFF board. And there have been calls, even people like Clemens Westhoff, who is a prominent personality when it comes to Nigerian football, also writing to the president that there should be an overhaul of the board. Now, you talked about systems disintegrating, how we can shape the systems and co. You talked about the fact that our solutions could even be local and all that. What's your take on this particular news story?
We cannot deny the fact that we have the talents. We have the talents in every aspect of sports. We have the talents. Look at Amusho and so on.
Yeah,
if he had not prepared, would it have performed
at that level
clearly as she did? Our problem is performance. It's a preparation. That poor preparation, untimely preparation, what we can call fire brigade approach will not make for excellence. We have the raw talents, and we need who can organize such that they can prepare. Sporting activities are based on preparation. And when you are not well prepared, when we were well prepared, we trained at the appropriate time, we called to camp all those that supported without much influence from tribal sentiments and so on. And look at, we rose up to that place. And it's not easy to maintain the leadership. All other countries too are living for chance. They want to see this Nigeria as a standard, and they want to go ahead beyond Nigeria. They want to go ahead and outplay Nigeria.
Okay, I know that, yeah.
So, in terms of personnel, the NFL, we have honorable men. There's people there. But beyond that, they could be hampered by poor release of funds. That has always been the and you find players not being encouraged. All their dues are not paid at the right time. You have coaches, you engage coaches, and you don't pay them as agreed. So we still have a lot of people who had played in the past who are being owed. I read about some of them recently complaining even about houses that were promised to them, and even lands that were promised to them. Everything, nothing was fulfilled except a few that got theirs. Now, even then, the NFF must live up to expectation. The government must release money at the right time for us to prepare for the next World Cup. Now we have seen our women's squad. Even they cannot get the international playoff. Am I correct?
Yeah,
they cannot get there. I think South Africa
beats them again at the qualifiers.
So you can see, and Nigeria was a threat and a dreaded team before. Now anybody can just come and talk about. So we need to go back. The solution is timely preparation. We have enough talents. Let government release the money, the budgeted amount for NFF at the appropriate time, and they are good to go.
Well, we'll still see what actually happens with the NFF and co. But I think let's see if we can even take one more story, because by popular demand, I'm seeing that a bit of story. We've seen NNPC, NUPRC talking about the fact that they want to move swap of petroleum to deepen the domestic supply. I think I saw the story here, and talking about the swap, that is, they will swap crude in order to get fuel in the actual sense, which can help to increase domestic supply in Nigeria. So it's more like exchange, more like a trade by barter in the petroleum industry, as we speak, in Nigeria. Do you think that's also a smart move to help us at this particular time? Because we all know vividly well that when it comes to cash, it's not really the best option in the Nigerian space, as we speak.
There is conflict. There is a confusion. There is a clash of policies. Now, we had the president said the refineries will start working. Why do we need to swap? I don't believe that deal is clean enough.
Really?
And people involved must speak to Nigerians, convince us that swapping our crude with refined products will not mean harm to Dangote. Sacrifice about $20 billion to build a refinery here, although he's not only committed to Nigerians, but he has solved a lot of problems. Why are we not looking at the refineries and then getting them sold for performance if they can be revived? Because the quantum of fund being expended on maintenance, what do they call it? This kind of maintenance of these refineries could have built 2 or 3 refineries all over the over time. So there is nothing too sure. Nothing is so confident about this deal. They still need to do more and break down the deal. How many what is the volume of what you want to
actually exchange for?
Are you going to take 50,000 barrels and you now take back 20,000 barrels? So the byproducts, the jelly and the gel and all those jelly and all those things, who will claim such? So it's like Nigerian government is not really opening up to the people. Where we have corruption in every breath of life is the downstream and downstream, what do you call it? Anything related to our oil industry. So we need to know more. They have to explain to the people.
Well, I think they are going to try to explain, because the clarity aspect is where a lot of stakeholders are actually looking into. We don't really know what's going to happen as time goes by, but hopefully we can get to the roots of this particular
issue. You have yam. You are going to exchange. You are going to swap with pounded yam. Why don't you cook your yam?
Cook your yam.
Because of even the hygienic aspect of it.
But we saw a news story actually. Yesterday, actually, it was a trend. Some days ago, it was also a trend where Bola Ahmed Tinubu was talking about 5 refineries functioning very soon in Nigeria, where he made an analogy of smokes and fire doesn't actually mean that a refinery is functioning, but then you need to look deeper into the productivity. We've seen over time, President Muhammad Buhari of blessed memory, during his time, he tried to, rejig those refineries we have in Nigeria, most especially the Warri refinery, the Port Harcourt refinery, where they spent $1.5 billion to revive. But down into the line, we saw that the refinery was not revived over time. This past week, there was a launching of a new refinery to be kickstarted in Bayelsa State. Dame Patience Jonathan was in that meeting. She also talked a bit about it and the fact that it's going to help grow the economy of even places like Bayelsa and those places involved. Now, we are saying that there are moves towards the refinery, but I think you also pointed out to something there that we can't totally say how true these refinings or these repairs affect. Obasanjo once said that these refineries can't work. That was his own assertion. And he talked about the fact that we need to take out these refineries, maybe sell it out and build new ones. I think we even talked about privatizing the refineries. What way we would have said we should take this towards, because it doesn't seem as if it's the best option right now. But then the president still is stubbornly saying that he wants to go and get these refineries working, even though they plan to build more. We know that BUA is building his own refinery. Dangote has built a refinery for himself. And now Yanogwa Bayelsa is already experiencing a refinery being built. But then they are still talking about repairing the old ones. What's your take on that?
Well, the more refineries we have, the more jobs created for our petroleum-related engineers and technicians. And the economy will be boosted, and by the simple interface of demand and supply, we are likely to have a kind of cheaper fuel where you have more supply. The demand, like it's been touted today, consumption has dropped by 1.2
true.
Somehow. And you can see it's a reflection of the economic activities of the people. Vehicles are no longer
walking on the streets.
They are you can't find much vehicle on the streets and on the roads. And that's why some people have said, why are governors building flyovers when the traffic is almost depleted to such an extent that the roads on ground are still manageable. Now, let that be as it may. Now, this issue of president coming out to tell us that more refineries, our refineries will jack back to life, we appreciate that. If that could happen, we believe that immediately the removal of subsidy was announced. That ought to have been the
first priority.
Yes. Now the suspicion is that now that election is about some months ahead.
Oh yeah.
Then we can inject some sweet talks.
Okay.
We can inject some. If we are politicians, nobody. You see, we can decide. We can discern certain things. If refineries will work, it ought to have worked while the president came into office and announced subsidy. He ought to have also announced that we will make refineries work, and the crisis between labor and so on wouldn't have happened. People would have been hopeful. If by now, 3 years plus, almost 4 years into the first term, the things are not working, we'll now say, Mr. President, you told us you will make refineries work. But now, the tendency for politicians is that we are making new promises that could make the people look ahead for a rosy condition in future, a rosy future. But how are we sure? How are we sure? If Obasanjo, with his contact with intelligence, if more of these former heads of states will lose hope and will say, let's sell these refineries. You can sell, like I heard about Chinese coming to revive them. Chinese coming to revive some of them. And why have we not done that earlier so that people can have, we're not talking about politics alone. We're only looking at the future. I believe those refineries are resuscitated. Our own children will have more work to do. You know the chain, the value chain attached to refineries. The value chain is so long, and you have more employment for people. You will not be going to maybe Minia, Akara, and Kulikuli.
Right. Everybody talks about the issue of the Akara, Kulikuli, and everything, but then it's left to see what that is going to do for the country as we speak. Then, okay. Asiwaju Munuruddin Bola Oyebamiji actually has voted and is already speaking with people as we speak right now, and it shows that the election is in full fledged as we speak. We've seen lots and lots of tweets and which we will really love to delve into. But for now, I think we'll just have to wrap up on the newspaper review. Do you have any questions to ask over there?
No.
But then,
yeah, as voting continues across various polling units in Osun State, we now turn our attention to provide contest to today's electoral exercise, which Joshua just gave us one recently, that Oyebamiji has casted his own vote. And since its creation in 1991, Osun State has witnessed successful administrations, transition in political leadership, landmark elections, and significant electoral contests that have shaped its political landscape. These developments have not influenced governance in the state, but have also helped define its democratic identity, political culture, and the choice of its electorate. Yes. Today we take a closer look at that political journey, examine Osun State electoral history, the major turning points, they continue to shape directions.
Well, and talking about that, to take us to the first topic for today, which will center on the pre-election events and Osun governor. So we're going for historical perspectives of the election in itself, and a lot of things that has to do with the pre-election events that has actually happened and some things in between. But before we get to that discussion, let us just take a break where we officially end the newspaper review. And when we are back, we'll look strictly into this particular topic. So please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Arrived at exactly 8:25 a.m. Action, Governor. Oh, no. You see now? Yeah. Boy, election, we like it. Oh.
Now, things are going on in the states that way. I have it on authority information that there is one police officer that they brought to come and do an urgent job, the APC Osun, from Port Harcourt. They call his nickname London. He's here in Ede hiding. His own job is to come and destroy Ede and then avoid so that he can scare people, shooting, so that they will not vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should redeploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free action so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from unit to ward and to local government. Not that they will take local government collation straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's a form of rigging. And I heard it on the authority that the APC, trying to rig have some fake ballot papers. I want Osun people to watch out for that too. And then we don't see them, to tear gas them, so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side, and I have my people on my side. It's been peaceful in my area here. I hope it's like that cut across. But it's not peaceful in Modakeke and of course in Obaogu. The police are aiding the APC to tear gas people so that they will not vote. The thugs took the ballot box and ran away. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that they will not turn Osun State into
arrived at exactly 8:25 a.m. Action, Governor. Oh, no. You see now? The boy likes someone like it. Oh. No shaking. Journalist, go
Why? What about going yourself? And as of now, things are going on in I hope it stays that way. But I have it on authority information that there is one police officer that they brought to come and do an active job, the APC Osun, from Port Harcourt. They call his nickname London. He's here in Ede hiding. His own job is to come and destroy Ede and then avoid so that he can scare people, shooting, so that they will not vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should redeploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from unit to ward and to local government. Not that they will take local government connection straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's a form of rigging. And I heard it on the authority that the APC have, trying to rig, have some fake ballot papers. I want Osun people to watch out, for that too. And then we don't see them, to tear gas them, so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side, and I have my people on my side. It's been peaceful in my area here. I hope it's like that cut across. But it's not peaceful in Modakeke and of course in Obaogun. The police are aiding the APC to tear gas people so that they will not vote. The thugs took the ballot board and ran away. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that they will not turn Osun State into
arrived at exactly 8:25 a.m. Action, Governor. Oh, no. You see now? Yeah. Boy, election, we like it. Ah.
Welcome back and thank you for staying tuned. And this is still Osun Decides on KAFTAN television.
And yes, right about now we'll be talking to one of our correspondents who happens to be at Kiri, Irewoli, as we speak in the person of Joshua Atolagbe. Joshua, how are you now?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm doing great.
Yeah, we know you're going to do great in the actual sense. And how's the election going on over there at Ikiri?
Presently, I'm at Ikiri, the local complex, and I'm at Unit 11, where the APC candidate, Morundin Bola Oyekabeji, was, and he has casted his vote and also addressed the pressmen and talked about how peaceful the election process is going in the Ikiri local government general.
We're talking about how peaceful it is. Hope you've not seen any issues that surround violence or maybe beavers or issue or all that over there.
Yeah, at the moment there's no issue. Just like the numbers of electorate that came out were much, and the NIC officials are just trying to do their thing so as steady, and everything is going quickly. But the numbers are much. And this was unique, but 9 units 11 where I am, the number of the electorates are much, and I don't think it will be done in the next 3 hours because the numbers are much.
Hello Joshua, good morning.
Oh, good morning, how are you doing?
I'm fine, how are you doing too?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Alright, so how is the security atmosphere there? How are the security personnel and AFCC, how are they doing and monitoring the events of today?
I can't hear you well.
I said, how is the security over there? How are the security personnel and how is AFCC, how are they monitoring the events over there?
Well, let's put it this way, that we have SPPC of the military. They are well guarded, and they are at every position, every roundabout, every look at Queen of Ikere, and even at every police unit. We have both policemen, DSAs, the soldier. They are well organized, and they are trying to cover everything and maintain peace, and also preventing chaos and the like.
Do you know if you can give us a specific number of security personnel in Irewoli local government area?
Sorry, I can't get you.
Can you give us a specific number of security personnel situated in Irewoli local government area?
As you see me, we have over 15 policemen and civil defense, and they are all together over 15 in this particular unit.
But 15, that is the polling unit actually. But let me ask this, Josh.
Okay.
Vote buying, how is it over there? We know that it happens to be Bolaji Ribamiji's base, But then, how is the place of votes by? A lot of people have talked about the fact that at the polling units
at the moment, and to the website units have visited since the beginning of today's electoral exercise, I have not seen and I have not heard anything about what buying of votes. Because you have security men guarding everywhere. If you can hear me play, you can hear the sound of a siren.
Yeah,
the policemen, they just arrest. I think the family just came back, probably to monitor. Yes. Yeah, we have the Osun, the Legion, and the Commissioner of Police is here as well. Yes, the Commissioner of Police of Osun is here.
Well, do I have that question?
Can you predict what will happen in the next probably few hours? Probably will be a sort of vote buying or change of atmosphere. Do you think such a thing will happen? Alright, I said, can you predict what will happen in the next few hours at even one local government area? Do you think there will be some sort of vote buying or insecurity or change of atmosphere?
Yeah, at the moment, I don't think what can happen as this was because the security men here now, they just provided this unit over 20, if I'm not mistaken, over 20 of them to that just enter this unit. I don't know where they came just by a mass. Probably they heard and the information to come around, but now they are here.
Well, even as you do your findings, Josh, we'll get back to you on everything happening in Osun as we speak. But thanks so much for your work over there. Please stay safe, and hope you go around and see what's happening over there.
No, thank you. I'm not welcome. And I will be safe.
Thank you, Joshua.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's Josh and everything he has to say at Osun as we speak. Yes, that's from everybody local government in the area. I think
I believe other local governments who are peaceful like everyone local government.
Well, what we are saying on Twitter actually is taking a different turn. But before we get into some of this analysis, let's just quickly take a break. Maybe after this break we come back and yes, we'll just look deeper into this particular discussion. So please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Once again, the has been Saturday, the 15th of August, 2026. The peak date leads the state for the next 4 years in one of Nigeria's most anticipated off-cycle governorship elections. Across 30 local government areas, 332 wards and 3,763 polling units with 2,339,233 registered voters will exercise their democratic rights as 14 political parties battle for the highest office in the state as the campaigns gather momentum and candidates take their messages to the electorate. Every vote will count. voice will and every moment shape the future of Osun State. Join KAFTAN Television for comprehensive election coverage featuring candidate profiles, campaign updates, expert analysis, live reports from across the state, collation and results. Our studio opens at 9 a.m. from our Ondo studios. Watch us live on NIGCOMSAT frequency 12625 MHz, the free television mobile app and our YouTube channel. Don't miss a moment of this historic exercise. Once again, the countdown has begun. On Saturday, the 15th of August 2026, the people of Osun State will decide who leads the state for the next years in one of Nigeria's most anticipated off-cycle governorship elections. Across 30 local government areas, 332 wards and 3,763 polling units with 2,339,233 registered voters will exercise their democratic rights as 14 political parties battle for the highest office in the state. Campaigns government can take their messages to the electorate. Every vote will count. Always will matter. An element will shape the future of Osun State. Join KAFTAN Television for comprehensive election featuring candidate profiles, campaign updates, expert analysis, live reports from across the state, collation and results. Our studio opens at 9 a.m. from our Ondo studios. Watch NIGCOMSAT frequency 12625 MHz, the free television mobile app and our YouTube channel. Don't miss a moment of this historic exercise.
And we discussed with our correspondent who was at Tikire, but right now we are going to be discussing our correspondent who is currently at Oshogbo in the person of Temitokwe Adeliji. Temitokwe, how are you doing today, sir?
Yeah, we are doing good. We are fine.
Wow, what's
in Oshogbo right now?
Oh, Oshogbo right now. Wow. How is it in Oshogbo?
Yes, Oshogbo as we speak is peaceful. The election is going on smoothly, and we can observe that people really feel that massively for this very election to vote for the candidates of their side. So everywhere is in peaceful order as we speak.
Well, this has been the report because many feel that it's going to be a bit violent, judging from what has happened pre-election. But over through today, because I know you've been around some places in the state, have you seen any case of violence thereabout here? I'm seeing some reports on social media. What's your take on the speculations about violence in Osun election today?
There is no, it is the reason that there was violence in Osun State. That is election violence. But as we speak now, the election is going on. Nothing like violence in Osun State so far. Because we have moved around and we have never been in a state township, which is the state capital. And as we speak, in fact, the Senate thing now is just that where the SSD to the government of the state is duty, is fact so clear about 80% building the road from where the National Secretary of the North Progressive Congress, that's where is also voting. Where is also voting. Because we both are building far away from each other. And we both spoke with the SOT now, and he even talked about the extent that the National Secretary is his brother, and they grew up from the family. So you can imagine, one from across party with his residency to the regional governor of the state, and the National Secretary of the All Progressive Congress party. So with this, they are portraying that peaceful atmosphere. They are telling people that they should allow peace to live, but the information reaching us now as I am speaking to you, the information reaching us indicates that in Indonesia there is violence now in Indonesia as regards this voting thing. But maybe we will take our time now to get to Indonesia and monitor and see the situation of things there by ourselves. But some of our colleagues that just moved on from Indonesia to Shebo now, they are telling us that there is crisis in Indonesia as we speak. But as far as Shebo is concerned, the place is peaceful.
Good morning, David. Good morning, David. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Good morning.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning.
Yeah. So I've just given the situation report of what is happening in the city right now.
All right. So how is our next performance?
Capital city. But like I said, the information reaching us now indicate that Malaysia is somehow as we speak.
Okay, let me ask this. Over time in the election, have you seen issues around the beavers? How will you grade INEC's performance in this election?
Yes, those that we have interviewed, they told us, and with what we have seen, INEC is doing well. As the exercise is still going on now, INEC is doing well. Though in some places, they complain of the state of that machine. But the INEC officials don't realize that definitely they will find a lasting solution to it.
A lasting solution to it. How soon will that be? Very good question.
How soon will that? We ask them how soon will that be? And some of them don't realize that as soon as possible, and people are still on queue, waiting patiently for the machine to be rectified. But in most places, machines are working fine. In most places, machines are working fine. But in those little places, definitely, I know that they will find a lasting solution to it indeed.
Well, hopefully they do find a lasting solution to it. I would like to ask more questions, but then let's leave you to enjoy the journey over there to search more. But I think you had the question before you wanted to ask.
You've actually asked my question.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, I need to give this report also about the governor of the state, the governor of
I was about to go in here.
Yes, who voted around 8:25 a.m. today, and he arrived, the polling unit around 8:25, and he voted eventually around 8:40 a.m. this morning. Yeah. So, and immediately after that, we asked him some questions. He let us realize that at Mudakeke and part of it that they are causing trouble there. The opposition party alleged that the opposition party is causing a kind of political chaos there. And he now used the opportunity to appeal to the Inspector General of Police to do the needful, not necessarily in removing the police.
Wow.
He really made that. He really made mention of that. We have him on tape anyway. We have him on tape.
Yeah, we'll check the tapes out. But let me ask this final question before you leave. Let's talk a bit about...
The network is giving us
a bit of issue here. But let me ask, can you still hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, let me ask about vote buying over there, both in Osogbo and in Edo.
We all understand the way they do vote buying. We have to go to one corner and see their entry their houses.
But it's not the houses.
They go in there, yes, they go in there to take their entitlement. And again, some they prepare food for them, they prepare rice, you know, they put chicken on those rice, yes, for them to eat, and they enjoy themselves. That is the way of, you know, motivating them to vote for a particular political party, most especially the APC. That is what they are doing here.
It's well.
That's what they are doing here.
It's well. It's well. But thanks so much, Temitope. Please do stay safe.
After finish eating the rice, they go to a corner and see, you know, they are going to the house. The kind of settlement here is imposed. What Yoruba people, you know, where we have so many different families. You understand? And a place. And you know, people will call kind of settlement so that is the way it's being operated here. That's the way it's being operated here. So people go in, you really know where exactly they are going, but intelligently when you have to monitor and follow them up.
And follow through.
So you now realize that, yes, you now realize that they go into, to collect their goal after finishing the right.
But then it's well, Temitope, thanks so much. Please stay safe, and we'll be expecting your report from Elisha. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, that's it.
That's really a profound
and
fantastic report.
But sir, let me ask this. Yeah. Let's even start with buying it talked about. And you know, we were discussing it before. We were talking about how many people, even the question came up that will rice, will beans, will many of those things decide the election. And here is Temitope giving a vivid example of what is currently happening in some places, that they are even going into a home, they cook food for them, put the good chicken there for them, and they're asking them to vote at this time. What's your take on that?
Well, there was a time in the history of Nigeria, I think recent, of course, where it was an offense to bring food to the polling unit. I don't know what has caused this kind of inducement now. The system of inducement is sophisticated but now, because from my own observation, and the truth, people should be able to own up. It could be a kind of settlement far ahead of election. It's a cool risk being taken by politicians. And the desperation is the force that drives. Perhaps those who have the funds are not taking the funds from their pockets. So the source of the funds will make the kind of thing to work. The risk will be so high, but then nobody cares because it's not your personal fund. Apart from that, you see, vote by according to the correspondent, inducement, then vote by to evade ICPC or EFCC. They all know this. Even as they were going to that corner, that is where you should have EFCC planted there, move against such. It could be any party. I believe every party will do that to give something. A party is giving and you are not giving. You are at a risk.
At this particular
so everybody is involved. But in the interest of Nigerians, in the interest of our democracy, I don't know how such inducement will add value to genuine democracy. So a lot of things are being done. People might have received certain money ahead by transfer, and such people are not really going to, say, 60% of them might not vote according to what they received. However, because of that, you will see the video of a woman sharing rice and money and cursing, please listening with curses. you continue to, how will this continue? How long? I am quite sure that from the intelligence gathering, there is no excuse for not arresting
those people, because
yes,
definitely if the journalists can find them out, then
there's no excuse. Even after they know, they will know. The security are so sharp, but there is this political control that could make them inactive where they're supposed to be active. Boju Esegbe kind of thing. They know.
Overlook it.
But then it's well. Let's talk a bit about electoral violence, because I've seen a report now, even on the Vanguard newspapers as well, on their social media page, that there's a panic in Modakeke as alleged policemen cut away with materials. We heard even our correspondent in Mitokwe talking
cut
about
away voting materials.
And even here we have voter express frustration over beavers' challenges at polling.
How are we sure that they are real policemen?
Well, the government even made an accusation about
How are we sure that they are real policemen? That is the problem. Our leaders should live up to expectation. You want democracy to bring about good dividends, then you must play to the rules. Police were supposed to protect voters, protect the materials, and maybe even arrest those who want to cause troubles. If they are now being alleged to have snatched ballot boxes and materials, what are they going to do with it? Is it in fulfillment of snatch, grab, and then run with it? Is it the fulfillment of all is fair in politics? Is it in fulfillment of do or die? And you can see the peace that we have been receiving, the peaceful reports we've been receiving from Ikire, Oshogbo, and so on. We can see the bad aspect now happening. Why must the people be disenfranchised? Because when you snatch, and I'm so sure people would have captured those
pictures, yeah.
And that really brings me to the level of saying, INEC, another reform must be that every unit must in the future, in the another future, even before 2027 election, be monitored by cameras. We have the resources. What are we spending the billions voted for INEC on? Let every polling unit be properly recorded, because our people are not learning any lesson from the past. We suffered 33 years ago. We are still going back to that kind of thing. I am vehemently concerned about not allowing vote. When votes count and somebody wins freely, the other will congratulate.
That's even the spirit of sportsmanship.
Yes. There's no need for people wasting lives, wasting hours. Look at what the economy of Nigeria today, the economy of Nigeria, the economy of Osun State. Those who were supposed to be keeping peace somewhere, 15,000 men, police, not soldiers now, not other agencies. They are in Osun. And we are still having this kind of report. That's why I said, for every signing, the ritual of agreement or whatever, there must be the involvement of the police, the military, and all other agencies. They must sign the peace accord. Because right now, if politicians have a kind of agreement to maintain peace, the kind of the electorate have conducted themselves in such peaceful manner. A particular person now goes behind to instigate a group with maybe military uniform to snatch ballot boxes.
It's not supposed to be.
They must get them. That commissioner of police in that environment must to take responsibility for such. Why are they bringing such high caliber men to that place?
Yes,
is it not to maintain peace? If that happens, he should even be reprimanded.
But then before we go ahead, please, you can check through your screen. You are going to be seeing a number out there. You can hear your opinions. You can call in. The lines are open already, so please do so. You can find the number on your screen as we speak. But
all right. Yeah. Sorry, for the Osun State gubernatorial election, we have that the summary of total security deployed were police officers, 15,000 police officers, 10,210 NSCDC,
and 25,000
EFCC members, but not a single army was mentioned. Is there anything attached to it, and why is army not being in Osun State election? Fine, they've laid aside just because politicize security system.
Okay. I don't think soldiers are excluded.
It was not an army was mentioned.
I am sure soldiers will be there. They could be camped somewhere in case of intervention. So they could be camped. And I think the military are more disciplined than some other.
But it was not publicized.
No, you see that is the problem with our leaders.
Please take this call, please. Okay. Let's see. Hello, good morning. You are live with us today. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, maybe she's not.
So the problems with our leaders, we are not having an open hand on the table. We are not placing all the cards there. Whoever will win, will win. But the wastages that we will experience is what bothers me. After all these things now, we will go likelihood of going to court to waste more time. Why can't you allow people to win and win clean and fair? So it's a terrible thing. I don't think our Democrats, those who are called themselves Democrats, are ready to measure up to the in our global standard of democracy.
Well, let's talk a bit about the place of the roles many of these political big play in ensuring peace during the electoral processes. We remember that this election there was later made a statement which was uncalled for. And when we were speaking with Temitope talked about the fact that at a particular polling unit in Osogbo, the National Secretary of the All Progressive Congress was there. And a block away from his polling unit, the SSG to the current governor of Osun State, all having his polling unit over there, and they've been peace over time. And they talked about their own stories that they grew up together, they know the terrain, so they don't, preach violence in this time. And if two leaders like that can come out to speak like that, don't you think many should have come out the same way to educate their followers about the place of violence, that you don't need to be violent, you just go straight to the polling unit and, vote?
Yes, it's good. You see, the issue of leaders coming out to say one thing is not really, you cannot catch me. I'm not going to be caught by that. We know some leaders who will say something positive and they mean negative. They would have primed all those that will work it out. And you can come to the open and say, oh, we want peace, whereas they have ignited fire of violence behind. So, but with these statements coming from two political leaders, I think it has done a little bit of dousing the tension. Two brothers they grew up from the same family, and then they are now on different platforms. And there is a kind of conflict, but then the attrition and the thing will not be as grave as would be in a kind of and let me tell you, we had it before. The Dosumu family.
I will pick this call actually.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you are home. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Good afternoon, sir.
We can hear you, sir.
I'm telling you from Peter. My name is Alhaji Mahmoud.
I didn't get you well. Please speak up.
Vida.
Vida, okay. We can hear you.
So I feel that this was more election. We are not practicing democracy criteria at all. The election is going on. And we are not at all. They should allow people to vote their own choice. That is the essence of putting a lot of really members consistent like that. It's not good. They should allow people and this thing. It is not good democracy at all. Thank you very much for you.
Yeah, thank you very much all the way from Bida. We really appreciate you for this, your view. And like you said clearly, we also hope that it is there. But just keep following. We'll still see how it goes on. So thanks for following, actually. We really appreciate you.
Can you see one of the concerns?
Yeah. A huge concern.
Our politicians are not conscious of the fact that the whole world, there is a global focus on Osun election. And we want investors to come to Nigeria. When in a single state, we deploy so many security personnel, and we can still not maintain peace. I was hoping that this morning I would have heard that I was expecting to hear that hundreds of people who invaded Osun were arrested. The hotel, the leaders are the ones doing it. So now, see somebody from Niger State,
also following
from Bida, following the election and then having the fear that democracy is already dead in Nigeria.
Because that's one action from somewhere is already speaking volumes in another place.
Yes, and now the effect on 2027 is going to be so grave. People are likely to say, let them, they will bring their soldiers now. And there could be a kind of insistence on some other areas, people who will say, we will vote and stand by our votes. And now we are not getting to the coalitions yet. Because that is where the soldiers, that is where the security people ought to be made to sign an undertaking that you will not be partial. How can you be some in the past, in Edo, in the Edo election? There were allegations of agents of parties not being allowed to enter the collation center. And we say we are practicing democracy. And some people will come out and say judiciary is the one giving us our elected leaders. Whereas they are the ones giving the judiciary the opportunity to do so.
So, Abraham, the caller said something that the people should allow the people to make their own choices. Yeah. And we've seen big wigs prior to today's election that this person supports this person becomes to this person is supporting this particular candidate. Do you think that should actually occur in a functional democracy? Since democracy, according to Abraham Lincoln, is for the people, by the people, and of the people. So don't you think the people should make their choices instead of big wigs supporting this person and giving one candidate a leverage above other candidates?
We are under oppression. We are under another kind of home-brewed colonialism. Our leaders, some of the leaders are not promoting the interests of the people. So you see them moving from one side to the other because of their personal interest. So if in the eve of an election, a big wig is shifting ground, by our own understanding of Nigerian politics and the system, something must have been. The condition for that movement is not free. So in such cases, where voters are supposed to go out and vote freely, you will see the end of the political career of such leaders. But the leaders also know that they are endangered. So they will organize in such a way that polling booths or ECATA will not be transferred. To those places. They will exchange and then make themselves say, mo win the unity me, mo win the ward me.
On my unit.
So all those kind of things. So I think the leaders are not protecting the people, and they are not adding value to democracy. They shift 11th hour. What kind of integrity? You want to tell me that you parade? So let us have. It's because we don't have ideological based
leadership.
Politics. We don't have.
Now, we talk about ideological based politics, and back to many of the promises a lot of them made during the pre-elections and all that. We saw even down to Muslim making a 10-point agenda for Osun State. Now, how vital do you think Osun is to the prosperity of Nigeria as a country? I remember if we are talking about a state that has the in-depth roots of the Yoruba culture, Osun is very vital for that. We know recently, this last week, last week or 2 weeks ago, they still celebrated the Osun Festival. With the Aruba and all that. And we saw people from international communities were present at that particular event. So when it comes to Osun State, it's a state that is not just having interest from Nigeria only, but international bodies to have interest in Osun due to what Osun means for the Yoruba culture generally. Now, with a state like this, how do you think ideological politicking can help shape this state to, achieve its potentials at this time?
Welfarism is the answer. Welfarism is the answer. Because in our constitution, the constitution says welfare, security of the people, and the property of the people should be the primary purpose of government. And anything short of that, any political party that is not aligned to that, should not be. So in Osun, I've seen the welfarist kind of approach to politics. Even as the first governor, I think the first governor of Osun was Paakande. Paakande, and then followed by maybe, was it Oyelola and so on. So let's pick the call.
All right, you are online. Welcome. Hello. Or maybe the caller hasn't really, maybe the network there isn't very.
So as I was saying, Baba Akande came from UPN background, which was a welfarist
ideological
party.
And Mrs. social democracy. The SDP came in at a point, and the ideology were people focused, people centered. Even when Ralph Aregbesola came, his own version was a little bit different, but he was still driving the people. But the people had some kind of negative feelings from his sudden change of policies. Like changing, making the schools the same uniform and all those things, not paying workers' salaries, no paying parts and so on. But you see, with this man, Oyetola came to, there was no improvement on the condition of the people according to facts available in terms of payment of what the previous government didn't pay. And once you are in a government, you take over or you succeed a government, the liabilities and the assets are yours. You don't concentrate on the assets alone, and you leave the liabilities. You must
focus on the liabilities.
If not,
too, as well
the
as
people will continue to suffer. So when it comes to the issue of welfarism and the ideology that can work in Osun State, you will see the vision of the governor. And that governor must take care of must be people focused. Every policy must be people focused. You want to do road, where do you start from? You want to build hospitals. You don't just build it in your own village, you build where you have people that will enjoy the services. You want to create any job opportunities, you make it open for those who are supposed to be there. You don't bring in ghost workers and all those kind of things. So the welfare aspect of it is really in Osun State. And I believe, you know, Osun was part of the Western region. And I call it core political crisis zone. Core political crisis zone. Those who are vestiges of Awolowo are still alive there.
Very well.
But the question is, have they been able to transfer that Awolowo
virtues and his ideology
to the new modern? Yes, I don't think any governor is above 70 in Osun.
Right now, no.
They're not. They are like Baba Adefarati and Ajashi in Ondo State. And you could still see the connection. But those who are alive, the man who is alive, who is of Awolowo's tendency, they are now saying they are progressive. But the progressivism has not shown in such a way that there is progressive. That is, if you are progressive, you are on point A. You cannot stay on point A and you say you are progressive. You must advance and do something better. So that is what my understanding tells me about progressive. So welfare should be the thing that will make us. Then international image. The core tourism festival, tourism.
Yeah.
The festival in Osogbo is an international one. The one at Ife. And all these things make Osun a kind of focus. Sometimes people, apart from Ibadan, people will just forget Oyo. Sometimes you just believe Osogbo, Ile-Ife, and all those things. The core value of Yoruba tradition is there. So we must preserve, even with our democracy, we must show that we have advanced. You know, the kind of enlightenment, educational level of our people in the southwest, in the western region, from 1955, this western region has advanced far ahead of other regions.
A lot.
But how can we? Because in education, see, the purpose of education is to affect the behavior
and affect behavior
to
of
make
people.
Sure that we have desirable behavior. In democracy, why do we have PhD? All those people have BSc, political science. They are the ones that are not advancing the cause of democracy. Where is our education? Where is the impact of our education? So our culture can be preserved when we do what is right with our laws and our people.
Well, we will do what is right with our laws and our people, actually. But let's ask this, because I'm seeing some reports there about the Beavers' performances, and this one, it's something that actually saddens my heart, because if you look at the budget that INEC keeps giving the country every year, issues like this. Nigeria has some of the biggest tech giants in Africa, people that are doing very fine in the tech space, but things as minute as the Beavers, we can't still get it completely. What do you think is the problem, especially with the manpower that INEC has in regards to the money that they receive from the federal government at all times to actually put these things in place, but they are not being put in place?
Well, pointedly, with the volume of funds made available over the years to INEC, we should be voting from our bedrooms. We should be voting from. If you have Android, if I transfer money to you, the money cannot go to another account, except by error. And in voting, we can do. Nigerians can write the program to show that we are really progressive. It's not by mouth, it's not by all these shenanigans that we are progressive. It's very annoying. How many years after independence we still sing which way Nigeria?
At this time.
At this time. So I believe if now they are recycling beavers, they are still using the old beavers. When Android has moved from level 6 to maybe 17 now, I don't know why people should come out and say they are progressive. You are not progressive. I'm telling you, point blank. Nigerians should be progressive in the real sense of it. We have our universities, we have all universities of technology. They have just approved about 30-something universities recently. What is the benefit of having these universities?
So you feel inventions like this should be localized into schools?
Oh yes. We have Ministry of Science and Technology.
Yeah, true.
The technology. We have universities of technology. A lot of inventions are lying there, unpatented, which the ministry should have gone to challenge our youth, challenge them. Even the hush puppy kind of thing should have been tagged and malleably controlled for positive use. Because the intellect is there for Nigerians. Go to America, most of those who call the church in every aspect, in Canada, in any part of Europe, you find a Nigerian designing the best cars for them. The guys, I think the guys from Sokoto also, Lamborghini, doing all those, designing all those things. These people are, you know the story of Emekwali, the man who devised the fastest computer, who left Aquinas College, Akure, Emekwali, Philip. Now, we have such brains. Can't we just put them together and challenge our challenges? Provide solutions. We can do it in less than 2 years if we have a change of heart and attitude. Nigeria can move. So all these things about beavers not working is deliberate. Beavers can technically malfunction, but when you put them in the stores, do you really revive them? Do you really
dump them? Or even
you dump them when it is election? Then you bring the ones that you know. And I can tell you as a politician, what we used to do, which God will never forgive those who are still doing it. May God forgive those who have repented. You make sure that where your opponent is strong, you malfunctioning prices there. When there are beavers, it will be that some people there that will make nation the next of yes, the crisis. There will be crisis. There is a gate crisis and then there's election. Now, if you have 1,000 people on the line or on the queue, and by this time, beavers have not been replaced. Even the replacement of the beavers, all the agents must know that these beavers have not been preloaded. So these are the things, but it begins with our leaders. Let me tell you, there is no help that. It begins with our leaders. Let our leaders live up to expectation. And the youth in this country will find, and the youth too. If you don't take your destiny in your own hands, you are the one receiving bread, receiving 15 15 So, and by the time you are 30, 40, 50, you will now look back in anger.
Speaking of you taking up their destiny into their hands in Nigeria, do you think that is actually visible? Because we can see that Nigerian youth are not really interested in politics. And those that are even interested in politics, they actually have their own agenda they want to go and do there. So how can we even coerce, or should I say harness these people to actually be interested in this? Is it to the issue of our forefathers, or going back to what our forefathers have passed, letting them know that these are our forefathers have done? We made mention of Ena Oro, we made mention of Gowon the other time, but if they don't know all of these things, there's no way they can come to the knowledge of what they have to do as a Nigerian. What can you say about that?
You see, curiosity is one of those things that brings about knowledge. I want to know. But the curiosity must be ignited through the educational system. Yes, when we were young, when we were very young, we used to hear about Awolowo. We thought it was even a man that was from the moon. We read from primary school about Awolowo, about Abaku. We read those things. And we were even given one book, Eze Goes to School. In those days, we read it from one Eze Goes to School. And that really inspired us to say, our school is the next, is the best. Now, when our children, our youth have been dislodged, have been disconnected from their past, if you know your past, the future will be a kind of reformed focus for you. So, we are not teaching history again, but any youth that hears a word of Bafemi Awolowo, to Google, pull it out. But not all youths can do that. Even as at now, not all our schools are equipped with laptops and all this, and they are doing computer-based tests.
Some schools actually.
CBT or what, computer-based tests and so on. And we are not on the same pedestal with some nations like Rwanda, Nigeria, moving to, we will move to the zone of 70 years in independence very soon. But Rwanda had a crisis, and they sat down, and today Rwanda is being reckoned with as one of the fastest growing nations. Peace is there. Everybody, nobody is playing one ethnic group against the other. Everybody, they have seen the light, and they saw the light through education. They now know their past. Nobody will make a mistake to record that past and reenact it in the future. So you are correct. We need history of our past. If our youth know that at 20-something, and now we move the motion for the independence of Nigeria. There were ministers then who were not up to 30. Then they will wake up.
Shall we pick this call?
Not to be used to that.
Again, the call is off. I think the network is kind of.
So you see, our leaders, they are not encouraging the youths as expected. Leave the place open for everybody. Let all this tech political propaganda that will gather some people with teach. No, let that be free to everybody right from primary school
down upward.
Yes.
Well, I'm seeing a report from here. I think Joshua just posted this, is saying that in Ward 5, Unit 5, the voting process has been stopped due to insufficiency of ink for the electorate. I think it's high time we review. Let's take this call. Let's take this call. We'll call in this time around. Hello, you are here. You're welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Kwara State.
Wow, Kwara State. What's your name, sir?
My name is Abbas.
Abbas. Thank you for joining us on this live analysis of the Osho election. What's your opinion?
My analysis is that, you see, we are unfortunate, like seriously, during this period, because the way our minds have been watching the elections or the voting process now, it's disappointing. Seriously disappointing. It shows that our electoral reform and electoral act has not been working perfectly. Because as now that the next month by December, January or February, we have to conduct the general election and look at what the associate election is saying. Fighting at the polling unit, doing all sort of elections foul, please. It's really, I'm disappointed.
Please read
like the other politicians have already said that they are going to have conduct a credible election. And here we are seeing a kind of frankly, during the election period, look at the personnel they
Abbas, please, can you move away from your television or your screen? Or reduce the volume of your screen.
So I was really disappointed. Like seriously, because we don't know what the general election will say will tell us. And really, they are trying to show us a bad future. They are not giving a good legacy. My brother, we got. May God help us.
I think that's the slug for every Nigerian right now. May God actually help us. But thanks so much, Abbas, for your view. We really appreciate this view. Thanks so much. And please keep watching. We'll still be bringing you live analysis of this. Like Abbas said, it's
really a lot, and he really made a profound statement there that said they did not really give the youth the should I say the platform or the opportunity to actually know the whole idea of electoral processes or election in Nigeria. And we've been discussing about youth right before the call, and we'll be talking about the youth knowing the history of Nigeria, getting to know Nigeria and proceed to the future. And now said they did not give the youth the opportunity. What can you say to this?
Yes, they did it. The best way to give the youth the opportunity is through the education is you transfer culture through education. You know, even our own traditional culture, we have been taught about it in schools. Don't forget your culture. Right now, I know that every Friday they call it Cultural Day. They wear the cultural dresses and so on, all the tight-fitting stretches and all those things. Because some people have seen it that we must not allow our culture of dressing to die. So it is the same way. The philosophy of education is, what do you want to be in another 20 years? What do you want to be? You have to calendar and then project the knowledge you want to push. Is it the knowledge of bringing in malfunctioning beavers and
insufficient
using maybe allegedly policemen to snatch ballot boxes, grab and snatch and run away with it? What are they going to do with such?
Some is
that the kind of culture we want to transfer? So it is right. Hassan, Abbas was right to say that he was disappointed, because right now, like I said, we should be voting now in the comfort of our homes. Some people will say, hey, this man is an idealist. It is doable. It is doable. In 1955, when they said Awolowo could not bring up the program of education, he positively established it. The policy was written by Adekunle Ajayi in Owoda, and they followed up. They raised the money and did what gave us a solid foundation in education today in the Western region. Now, that is out today, there is a reversal, because the kind of leaders we have today, they are not looking at our past, building on it. The foundation that was laid, they have deviated from the foundation. Now we have crooks coming to conduct elections, and then people will be snatching ballot boxes, and you tell me you have democracy? It is not. Let everybody vote jejely. When we were counting 1, 2, 3, 4 in SDP days, we never jumped figures. Even if there had been problems, you will know that the majority there was said that, okay, that was a mistake, and then you write it. We wrote the result there, counting SDP, NRC. These same people said it was primitive, and they came up with this thing. Is Bebas still primitive?
And it's supposed to be an upgrade, actually. To be an upgrade.
Oh yes. I believe that with your Android, with your BVN, national identity number, you can cast your vote from home.
Anywhere. But I think don't trust one of the things that...
It's about corruption, perpetration in office. People don't want to leave office. They want to remain there.
But I want to ask this question, sir. Why do you think... Because if not that the stakes is very high, many will will not really see it as a thing to always want to just stick to power for that long. I thought that it's even a temporary power. It's just 8 years. After 8 years, you go home. But some will still decide that they want to stay there by all means, and even after retiring as a governor, after your 8 years, they still fight tooth and nail to either be a minister. If they don't become ministers, they want to be senators and sit there for the rest of their lives. But why do you think Nigerian politics is such that people want to always hold on to power for that long? Don't you think it's high time we begin to look for other means to ensure that it doesn't look that deep?
You see, inherent in man is the self first. Inherent in man is the attitude of insatiety. You cannot satisfy their ego. And I say that when you see a man who had a depraved childhood, he wants everything to belong to him when he has the opportunity. So greed is based on inner strength to want to acquire everything. So when you have that, you will see people now want to stay. They don't want to go. And it's a sorry thing for our politics. When you see an overage footballer, he cannot play with the appropriate age. Look at a minister today. Look at the ministers. There's a particular minister from Ondo State that is doing well.
Yeah, so Jojo.
Because he has the energy to stay in office for more, even 20, if possible, 24 hours. That was the kind of energy Enahoro and his colleagues, the nationalists, had that time. Engine of the youth, the engine of development. But when you sit on the engine of development, you don't allow the engine of development to combust. Then we have people moving from a higher level to almost the same level and then polluting the whole future of youth. I agree. With due respect to all my leaders who aspire to be senate, to go to senate after being governors, I think the youth should even revolt. The ages. Look at the Senate today. How many former governors? 8 years governors. Even the opportunity. In fact, it is implied that if they had the opportunity to continue, they would have done so. Look at the Senate. What have lies from the Senate? With due respect, our expectation has been cut off because the Senate approved a law, approved the law, which says after forging certificate, you are not caught before the election, then you are good to go. Okay. Is that what you'll be doing? Sure. And if we are experiencing what we are experiencing in Osun today, 2027, I don't know.
So that means you already don't have faith.
I don't know.
Like 20, no,
it's loading. There is a kind of, it could be a smart way for, and it could be a no situation. Then we have two ions clashing. Sparks will occur. One will dent for the other.
All right, so now we have a situation on the field due to the failure of BVAS.
Yes.
BVAS. And the media assistant for INEC chairman said BVAS has been upgraded and tested. He also said that they have 1,600 BVAS backup, and they still have this issue regarding BVAS. Why?
That is why we are saying there is still a carpet of dishonesty in our electoral system, especially INEC. Imagine if we are having 36 states today conducting election, running election, 36 states, INEC would have. There's no confidence. That
All right, you are on. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Mr. Samson from Ile-Ife, Osun State.
Oh, Mr. Samson from Ile-Ife, Osun State. How are you doing today and how's the election going on in Ile-Ife?
I thank God I voted.
Oh, great.
And in my words, I believe
More, okay.
We don't have problem at all with our beaver and everything is okay. And we are very fine in the voting.
But what's your take on the election process totally from your own hand? What's your opinion?
My opinion, I believe that everything is going to be fine. Because like this thing in Ile-Ife, everything going on as in plan. So the police and everybody, they are in order.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, sir. Thanks for calling. We really appreciate your call. And yes, we'll keep updating and just keep watching. We'll keep updating as time goes on. But thanks for making us know that at least in Ile-Ife, there is a relative peace. We really appreciate that. At least that's an alternate view to some of the views we've had so far, the environment itself. But it's great that we even have someone from our show that can also tell us what's actually happening. So thanks so much. Like you said, in Ife there is peace, but in some places there is no peace.
Yes,
like
we cannot do without having pockets of
pieces of peace. But
look at the majority of the SSG and the secretary to APC. They maintain majority.
At the same time.
There's some places where you have KPs, political thoughts, political thoughts. They won't.
Yeah, let me just say this before we ask the question.
He hasn't finished the question.
I want to just say this before for our viewers out there. Please, in case you are calling in, just ensure that you shift a bit away from your TV station or reduce the volume of your TV while calling so that we can hear you clearly. And aside from that too, we want to tell you that the call lines are open. Just keep calling and keep calling, and please don't exceed more than 1 minute or 1 minute 30 seconds, because there are lots of calls coming in and maybe the call of another person is just jamming it at the same time. But I know you want to share your views, but please share your views, but a bit of distance from your television. You can also send us messages to as well, because we're seeing some messages falling into as well. So we'll respond to that as time goes by. So you were saying something before.
Yes, I asked the question that the media assistant for INEC chairman said they have upgraded beavers and they've upgraded and tested beavers, and they also have 1,600 beavers as backup. And still we have the situation on ground in the field whereby beavers is in failure now. What can you say about the situation?
Yes, I have said that corruption is responsible, and negligence by political parties have gave INEC that kind of opportunity. I believe that in not too distant, political parties must have technical departments, technical committees that would, after a kind of amendment to our electoral law, we must include in our electoral law technical certification at least 5 months ahead of election, and recertification some days to election. You cannot bring bad products into a system like this. Now, if in Oyo we have even 5% of malfunctioning, it is still a knocking point for the INEC. We should have a perfect situation. You have thousands of beavers in that place to select from and use. And I have heard also that in the past that beavers were customized for states and even units. That is being used for More. Units also should be the same.
The same, yeah. For another one.
So that the database of the voters will be there. These are things that can easily be done by small kids who can write programs. But the technical, because most of those people in INEC, even some of the regs, they are political party members. Until there is a kind of 60% of non-politicians there who love Nigeria, who are so patriotic and want to see the delivery of democracy. How can INEC explain it that out of thousands of beavers, they can even bring one malfunctioning to 30 local governments? Let's say we have about 50 units in, multiply by 30. You still have something in the region of manageable something. So every unit, any unit at all, shouldn't have any problem. By now, we should be counting votes.
By now, yeah.
By now. Why is it that let me add this. Why is it that the beavers is not working? Is it not the same Android that MTN Glow they use when you want to register for your SIM that they use? Is it not the same process? Why Nigerians? Why are we like this? Why are we like this?
Manipulations and everything.
Why are we like this?
This is why there is a news that party agents demand ballots count before Osun governorship voting starts.
Yes, it should be. We have seen instances where 500 voters are registered, and INEC will just give 100 ballot papers because they know that they are an opponent. That is his strong base, power base. So they try to reduce, and by that they are disenfranchising hundreds of people. And that's why we always say it is the same spirit of annulment of June to explain out now. If you block, if you disenfranchise, you can disenfranchise in pieces, that is, in bits. But the one of June 12th was a magnanimous and massive, magnificent and massive, destructive disenfranchisement. Votes have been counted, results were prepared, Ungosu should not declare. Now, it is a kind of the summary of when you disenfranchise people from the unit by reducing the number of ballot papers. Where 500 are supposed to vote, you now give them 300 or less than that. If they are unable to finish, to exhaust it will be recorded. 350 came, and the balance of the ballot paper is, okay, if the rack, or what do you call them, if the supervisor is somehow handicapped by road or in rural areas, how would they be able to get there before 2:30?
Which is another thing.
So it's a kind of foul play.
Away from that, Grant, I want to just speak something a bit about just to take us back a bit. We know the process is still going on. We are seeing lots of accusations. Even the party agents of both the ruling party, that is at the state level, and the ruling party at the federal level, and
clash of incubencies
at each other. But one of the things I'm saying here is the place of political endorsements and how it's really shaping how election goes by. We've seen it in Ekiti election. We saw that all past governors were in support of Biodun Ibamiji, and it was so easy for him to become the governor of the state. But this time around, we are saying it's more like Adeleke against the world. We're saying even Oyinlola, Bababisa Konde, even though he's not fully active, but we know he's a core friend of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and all that.
Baba is active.
He's active. Ralph Aregbesola was his candidate. I know that the last election, even though he did not really show forth any candidate, but we know that behind the scenes, he was in favor of anything against Oyetola. But this time around, he has his own candidate. We've seen that Oyetola, who happens to also be a past governor, is also not in support of Ademola Adeleke. So it's more like Adeleke is having a place of a huge fight at this time. And this sometimes happens in Nigerian politics. The impact of opinion leaders or past leaders in any election. How effective do you think these are in deciding who the winner becomes per election in Nigeria?
Well, there is a kind of immorality there. Let me tell you, if today inducement, vote buying are eliminated from our system, let it be any leader that is not with the people can endorse 1 million times. And the people, when they are well mobilized, educated, enlightened, they will not go with that leader. They will not go with that leader. But right now, even, for example, the governor, the sitting governor, would have loved that everybody will endorse him.
Which makes it easier.
Yes, it is easier to get endorsement. But the best endorsement, which democracy recognizes, is your vote.
That is the endorsement of the populace.
Yes, if we all vote in favor of something here, and somebody, one of us, votes against such, he will be satisfied that he has exercised his right, knowing that we are so number of us here. We don't increase the number. The votes are counted. They tally minus this one voted against me, and these people voted for me. Then when you add up, becomes the same number of ballot papers. So everybody will be happy. So endorsement is good. It is part of our party political system. Those who will endorse, that will gain positive, that will impact positively on the endorsed candidate, they are no longer many. They are not many. Because if there are people who endorse and you have negative effect. So if a former governor is complaining that somebody didn't give him a car and he gave him a car, I think it's too, for me, it's too low. For one, so that is why we say ideological based politics is missing. In the past, when we read the action group and the AD, even I was a member of the AD, but the UPN, it came to a situation whereby you will not even take anything from somebody in the other party because it was an offense to play anti-party. So that time, we are not saying it's good, we could relate, but as I relate with every party members. But you cannot change my resolve. I prefer to vote and have my own vote, singular vote, and let it be the only vote for my candidate. My conscience will be clear. So that is what is missing. Let them endorse. But there is one thing which is religious, which is biblical. I have friends who are Muslims, and we will exchange ideas. I love the Muslims because they say, ohun tọ́lọ́run máa ṣe, ẹni tí ò bá gbẹ́gbẹ́ adé lé lórí, tó bá fagbára wà mórí, it's going to be a problem. So you have the will of God, and you have the permissive will of God. You say, God, I want to marry a tall woman. God say, no, you should marry your own height. And you say, God, please, I want, okay, go.
Go ahead.
That's permissive will of God. Right now, if in Osun we have some people, in different camps, moving from another camp to whatever they believe in, it is their right. But let the people vote and let them not be negatively influenced. They know what is good, but then the moment of that momentary gain
is one of the things they think of the most.
Yes.
All right, so there is a claim from Ejigbo local government area that you claim you brought 594 ballot papers for us, but it is not up to 594 papers, and which brings me to my question. I know that the figure are obtainable on their website. I mean, the numbers of voters expected to cast their vote in each polling unit. Now, they said that they can obtain this numbers from their website, and now the numbers of ballot paper here, they are not correlating. Can this claim be true, or is it as if it just opposed with actual numbers?
The number of ballot papers released
in Ejigbo local government areas now is not up to the number of...
Is it Ejigbo local government?
Let's use Ejigbo local government as an example, yes. Or as just to give instance to other local government areas that are also facing the same thing. And INEC claimed that the figures of those number of ballot papers can be obtained on their website. And do you think this claim is actually true, or has it been just opposed with the actual number of ballot materials?
Unless we go to the website and confirm. That is when I know that there were about 2,333,000 or more registered voters. It is practically impossible for up to 50% to claim all those things. We know what they do. Now, you also must have seen some people close to election during movement of units, that is, they can transfer their seasonal voters. They are migrant voters. That is, somebody in Osun is in Ondo State. During election, he will vote in Ondo State. When it comes to period of transferring the voter's card, he could transfer to Osun so that he could vote there. These are the inanities of INEC, which we believe that even with your NIN, with your BVN NIN, eBVN is too dangerous because it's bank verification number. The national identity is enough. So if you are moving from one state to another in the atmosphere of an election, you must swear to an affidavit that you are moving in all honesty.
Oh, we have another call right now. Okay, let's see if we can take this call. Hello, welcome to our live analysis. You are on. What's your name? Where are you calling us from? We didn't get you. Please, can you move back a bit from the television and speak? We are hearing you. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, where are you calling us from, please? And what's your name?
I'm calling.
Hello?
That sounds like a
kid.
Okay, I don't... Oh, sorry. I think...
that sounds like a kid.
More like I don't know. Maybe it's the kid. I don't know what's but hello, are you hearing us? Oh, I think the line is off, actually. But you were saying something before we actually went on.
Yeah, explaining the ballot paper.
Yes, the ballot paper, yes. You see, all this is politicians devise a lot of strategies to undermine the opponent.
So you see that you think it's a strategy?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That you see, even former INEC official Mikey Guinea was on the screen recently, and he confirmed that he alleged. Let me not say alleged that politicians were reaching out to universities to ensure that some lecturers were.
I will take this final call at least for this segment. I'm sorry to cut you actually there, sir. Good morning, you're welcome. Yes, you are on. What's your name? Where are you coming up from? Oh, that dropped again.
Yes, as I was saying, that some politicians were already reaching out ahead of 2027 to pick lecturers of their choice to become returning officers.
Wow.
So if that could happen, which I believe, because we have seen lecturers that manipulated elections, defaced the results, and who was jailed or pronounced guilty. Whether it's in jail or it's roaming about somewhere in Dubai, I don't know. But I know that we politicians will have a lot of tricks, a lot of strategies that will undermine democracy. It amounts to dishonesty. For you to know that ballot papers should be sufficiently supplied. and then you hold back some. I see.
Well, I think it's the call. We just actually take a short call. Hello, Rahon. Good morning. And okay, I think many calls are coming in at the same time, and it's making the whole calls actually jam with each other. But finally, before we just say our goodbyes in 1 minute, from your perspective, what's your own prediction for this election? Let's have it before.
Obviously, it's going to be tight. You look back the election in 2022 or so, it was so close. The court came in to give victory to, well, deservedly or not, victory went one way. And you see the number of votes, about 500 and something and 300 and something. The difference was so...
Just very little.
So, but what can we do? Where we are, we have to start calling on reforms. Let us start calling on reforms. Let us tell our leaders that if you are 60 now, the best you can have is to have another 60 years. And you will be, they'll be carrying you. If you have money, we share. If you don't have money, we borrow. So why are we not allowing the youth to enjoy their future? So let us do a reform. Even the electoral law that we are using. What was the input of the masses? What?
Well, sorry for being a part of this. I don't because I've said we are ending this call. Hello, you are on. Where are you calling us from? What's your name?
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Well, I think that's called just it's not going to go because
maybe she saw where they are distributing money.
But then actually we'll get back to the calls and after we announce all this segment. Once again, thanks so much, sir, for being a part of the segment. Really appreciate you for coming.
And yes, as the event continues to unfold across the state, our attention now shifts from border historical perspective to real-time development emerging for polling units and communities across Osun. We sincerely appreciate our guests for joining us to analyze and share valuable insight that have helped deepen our understanding on the issues surrounding today's election.
Well, coming up next, we will take a brief report break after this with updates from polling units, reactions from voters, reports from our correspondent station in different parts of Osun. We'll continue to monitor the situation closely and bring you developments as they happen. Stay with us. Our special election coverage continues shortly.
Again, the countdown begun on Saturday, 15th of 2020. The people of Osun State will decide the next 4 years Nigeria's most anticipated off-cycle elections. Across the local government areas, 332 and 3,763 polling with 2,139,230 registered voters will exercise their democratic as for the battle highest office in the state as the campaigns gather from candidates messages to the electorate. Every vote will count, every voice will matter, and every moment will future of Osun. Join KAFTAN comprehensive election reach featuring files, campaign update, expert analysis, live reports from states, coalition, and our students at 9 a.m. our Ondo studio. This is live on NIGCOMSAT 1265 MHz, the free mobile app and YouTube channel. Don't miss a moment of this exercise.
One. guns, then gone daylight. Send people away there. At St. John's 1 and 2, in St. John Parish, very close to the police station. They sent people away. They even took one man away. They have returned that one. They went to Alaha, Olibuni, there was 6. And they sent people away there. And unfortunately, the police were there looking at them. So I'm calling on the security agencies not to allow this to degenerate to crisis. We don't need it. It is not this one local government that will produce the government. We have 30 local governments. Although the candidates from here, they still need the vote from other places. And let them come and go and we'll continue to live. So I appeal to the security agencies to do their work professionally. Encourage the people to carry their vote and come to them and allow peace to reign so that everything can go as planned. That's my advice.
Thank you, sir.
It's a pleasure.
Right, what about going to and as of now, things are going on our way. Have it authority information that there is one officer that has come and do an attack the APC from Port. They call his nickname is in Eden. His own job is to come and avoid so that scare people shooting, so forth. So I'm calling them police to take. I'm calling all the agents to take. They should be deployed. We don't want to be in Osun. All we want free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. And two, the pattern of voting to what and to local government. Not that they will take government connection to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's a form of rigging. And I got it on the authority that the APC have, trying to rig have some fake ballot papers. I want Osun people to watch out for that too. And then we don't accept, see them, to tear gas them, so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side, and I have my people on my side. It's been peaceful in my area here. I hope it's like that cut across. Peaceful in my, and of course, the police are APC, gas people, they will not vote. Drugs took the ballots anyway. So put this to the agencies. I hope so that they will not turn Osun State into
Bronco, how will you move down there? Your TV you park all the time. Yeah, okay. All the time.
Hey, officer! Officer, you are blocking us!
I've just and I think that people troop out en masse here, and every process is going peacefully. The INEC are here, the voters are here, and the police are here, the security operatives are here. And so far, my assessment is that everything is going peacefully here in Irewole, especially this unit.
Okay, from the information we received, I know the polling units in the Kiri and Osun State. What is the report?
Well, so far everything is going on well. The election is going peacefully. The INEC are doing their job. At the same time, security people are attending to where the report so far is one or two places where they want to cause trouble. The police are, I think, things on well.
And what will not be advised to them? Because some people are saying there may be violence possibly in the afternoon.
Well, I want to appeal to the people that it is important that they need to conduct themselves and they need to vote peacefully. The security people has to be in charge. Yeah, since so far they have a premium, and I want to believe that things will go.
Lastly, somebody that was arrested with some injuries. What will be your reaction?
Well, I don't have chance to that. I think security operatives are this that will do that. Thank you so much. My expectation is to carry the day. I've just said and see that people troop out here. Process is going. INEC are here. The voters are here, and the police are here, the security operatives are here. And so far, my assessment is that everything going peaceful here in especially.
Okay, from the information so far, I know the polling units in Osun. What's
well, so far, everything on well. They're doing peacefully. INEC are doing their job. The security people are leading to where the result is that one notice where they want cause trouble. The police are in charge. Things are going on well.
What will not be because some people are saying violence possibly in the afternoon.
I want to appeal that's important. They need to conduct themselves and they need to vote peacefully. The security people has to be in charge. I think they have at least an operation, and I believe that things will go.
Lastly, a lawmaker was arrested with some machineries. What will be your reaction?
I don't have any reactions to that. The security operatives are doing their job. My expectation, I'm going to carry the day.
exactly 8:25 a.m. Action, Governor.
Why? What about going to and as of now, things are going on smoothly. I hope it stays that way. But I have it on authority information that there is one police officer they brought to come and do an action to APC Osun from Port Harcourt. They call his nickname London. He's here in Ede hiding. His own job is to come and then avoid shooting. They will not vote. So I'm the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling security agencies to take. They should be him. We don't want to be. We don't want violence. All we want is free and fair election, so that people can perform their civic duty. That's and two, the voting should be from unit to ward and to local government. Not that they will take local government connection straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. Of rigging. Got it on the authority. APC have tried to rig, have some fake papers. I want people to watch out, and then we don't see them to check so that can run away. Absolute. They just from the civic duty, security agency, neutral. But I can assure at the end of the I have side and I have my business of myself. It's been peaceful in my area here. I hope it's like that cut across. But it's not peaceful in Modakeke and of course in Obaogu. The police are aiding the APC to tear gas people so that they will not vote. The thugs took the ballot box and ran away. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that they will not turn Osun State into.
At exactly 5 a.m. You see now? My boy likes some.
Right, what about that there is one police that they do an active job from is the good name London is here in Eden. Is to come and destroy Eden and then avoid and scare people so that they will not vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General to take note. All the security agencies take note. They should join him. We don't want violence. All we want is free and fair so that perform their duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be fit to what and to it. Not that look at connection straight to capital. That's a form of rig. And I got it on it that the AP have trying to rig some fake, but I want Osun people watch out to watch out for that too. No, I said, well, seeing them to tear gas them, people can run away. People are resolute to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency is out. But I can assure at the end of the I have God and I have myself. It's been in my area here. I hope it's like cut across. Not peaceful, and of course, the police are APC, so that they took the ballot board around anyway. So we have already reported this security agency. I hope that they will not turn two states into arrived at 8:20 p.m. Action, Governor. You see now? And as of now, I hope it stays that way. But I have it on information. There is one that come and do an active job to Osun.
Welcome back. This is still governorship elect live coverage on KAFTAN television, coming to you from Ondo studio. Across Osun State, voting is continuing in several polling units as voters exercise their democratic right. We now move into the second phase of our discussion, where we will take a look at developments from the field, analyze the progress of the election so far, and bring us direct feedback from our observers and other key stakeholders.
Well, over the last few hours, our correspondents have been monitoring the level of voter turnout, the conduct of electoral officials, security arrangements, the functioning of electoral materials, and the general atmosphere across different parts of the station. At this point is election progress on the early developments and indicate field suggests. I'm talking about the food. We will have to call Joshua Atolagbe, who happens to be at Ikiri as we speak. He gave us a report recently about the fact that voting had to stop at a particular polling unit because of lack of ink for people to vote. Joshua Atolagbe, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So you gave a report and about the fact that there were no inks at a particular polling unit in Ikiri and they had to stop the election. What's the current situation as we speak?
Yeah, when we got to Ward 5, Unit 5 at Ikiri local government, so we observed the situation there and the electoral process there, so it was on standby. So we spoke with the PO and the AP of the unit and we were informed that their ink for casting of votes is not functioning well. So they reached out to the INEC officials around them and they've gotten another ink. At the moment they've got another ink and the election has continued.
But how was the people's reaction when that information got to them at Ikiri?
Yeah, everything was calm. They and even the military personnel arrived also come to the station with them. So it was peaceful till they got another ink and continued the process.
All right, Joshua, well done. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you. How are you doing too?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, so there has been a kind of glitch through the ballot paper that in Ejigbo local government area, the ballot paper they brought to Ejigbo local government area is not up to the set number. Are you facing such issue there too?
No, not at the moment. But initially there was a particular issue I forgotten in the morning. The electoral material that was sent to that particular unit was incomplete, and the party agents had to raise issues and they spoke with the INEC officials and they called the INEC office and it was restored.
Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you, Satanabu. We'll still get back to you about other developments within the state. And yes, just stay safe. Please stay safe. And do keep updating us on what's happening as we are checking through your report as we speak. So please stay with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. In this segment, actually, we will examine reports emerging from various polling units, discuss, observe, and developments here from those participating in the process, and assess the overall conduct and credibility of the election as voting continues. As always, we will bring you verified information and developments as they emerge, providing our views with a clearer picture of the election process across Osun State. But then, joining us on this important discourse about our recent developments on the election itself is a friend of the house. He himself is a man who is very concerned about education, is a man very concerned about societal progress, especially here in Ondo State. He is a legal practitioner, he's a man of many sides, vast in himself, a political analyst, and yes, we are glad to have him, just as we had him during the Ekiti election, and he blessed us with his own wealth of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, Barrister Bada Matthew is here with us. Welcome to the show, sir.
Welcome to the show. It's good to have you this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for, at least, I know that you had been other places to do some analysis too as well, but you're here with us today, so really appreciate your coming.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. So you had your own personal view about the Osun elections, and we talked about it briefly during the period of Ekiti elections about what we should expect, and we saw some issues pre-elections. We saw even the debates they had pre-elections. We saw the views, the agendas they all raised. But now the election is here proper, and some of the reports we are getting are, some are pleasing, some are quite not pleasing, especially the place of violence. But before we get there, please, I also inform our audience out there, please, the calling lines are available, so you can call in as we continue with this. So please, just ensure you can air your view, and like we said earlier, shift a bit from the microphone, television when you are calling, or maybe you should reduce the volume of your television so you can air your views peacefully, and you have just 1 minute 30 seconds to actually talk. So as I was saying, sir, before we got to this, we are seeing issues of violence out there. We are seeing issues of electoral materials being snatched, according to some reports. But from your own take generally, how will you describe this season of Osun elections? Do you think that some of the activities pre-elections is what has caused some of the things we are seeing there today?
Thank you very much. The problem we have with our electoral processes in Nigeria starts from the internal arrangement of each political party. When we take critical look at Party A, Party B, and Party C, it's the same thing. Nobody is ready to accept the principle and the law established their parties. And as soon as they discover that a particular result trend does not support their ambition, the next thing is to go to another party to go and cause problem. Bamboos order, bulldoze everything, just to achieve their egocentric and selfish interests. Now, having done that, whatever they might have done and they have succeeded in their party, they have plethora cases in courts within their parties, but they press on till INEC conducts the
General
election
elections,
for that particular election, whether it's for presidential,
or state
governor,
elections,
or state election. You now see that the principle of democracy has been jettisoned, which is, let's play the game according to the rules. Now, since you have decided to use your own rules to play the game, and as soon as they succeed in their different political party, they move again to the general election. You see what happened. Majority of the political party, they don't care about Nigeria, they only care about whosoever is bankrolling the parties, whosoever is financing them, or the richest among the candidates. You now see that now is going higher every day. It's supposed to be a matter that you want to go and serve your people. Let's pick out the best. But they're not picking out the best, they are picking out the richest.
Not the best,
not
but
the
the
best
richest.
is the richest. If I happen to be the richest, we must run away or the other try to be a rugged man. You don't take shit from anybody. And that has been what is going on now. And you can see the violence, the way and the manner people are just running etasketa now. But the only thing I see in Osun is this. The people, they are ready. If you give us money, we are ready to vote according to our conscience.
Yeah.
And some of them, they are telling the people that go out there, monitor your votes, and at the end of the day, let them count it. Before, it was the people, the candidate appealing to the people, please come out. Come and cast your vote, exercise your right. Now it's the people that is telling them now, we are not the one preaching to the candidate. Because they have seen that these people, if they set Nigeria on fire, they have their visa to move out of Nigeria. But they have nowhere to go. Likewise, we don't have nowhere to go. We don't even have the money, not to talk of the visa. But these people, their children are not here. Their wives,
they are not here.
Their companies, and that is why you see 70-75% of the people now contesting, they came all the way from their diaspora.
Down to
that is the problem. But the way I see things now is we are moving out gradually to where we're supposed to be. Don't get dejected. Don't be disappointed. Though our election is still full of some shortcuts.
Yeah.
So I believe after this, after the general election next year, the next one, Nigeria is going to get it. It may not be right, but
at least
it's not going to be worse.
Very some extent. So there are quite a lot of threats that are posed to this election. So I want to ask, what greatest threat do you think we actually have effect on today's election? Is it political party not playing it according to the rule? Is it insecurity? Is it vote buying? Or is it institution manipulation or politicization of security system?
When you gather it together, you know, a drop of water makes a mighty ocean. The massive flow of naira to our politics is part of it.
Massive flow of naira.
Problem of internal arrangement from each political party is out of it. Non-100% independent activities of the INEC is part of it. The problem for the security personnel, police, civil defense, all of them, they are not independent. And the people, they are part of it. When you gather them together, each factor that I've mentioned, they contribute one way or the other to what we are experiencing now. I said it, I was discussing with somebody days back. I said, it is time for Mr. President to dig deep into our financial institution, the banks.
Especially.
They are the one giving out money.
All those cash.
The politicians, all those cash, where are they getting it? If you go to any bank now, they tell you no cash.
Yeah.
Can we transfer? But where are they getting these billions?
That is already installed somewhere.
If we send 2 or 3 out of them to prison, other we relax back.
Do you think that's going to work out?
It depends. I have already said it before, time without number, that we only need 3 people in Nigeria. The faithful president, fearless IGP, and somebody who can do justice, who happen to be CJN, Chief Justice of Nigeria. If you can have those 3 people, what happened the other time concerning EFCC and the office of Mr. President? I don't like it. Do you know the reason why I say I don't like it? EFCC ought to know what they're supposed to do. It was the intervention of Mr. President that set everything at ease. It's supposed not to be so. To me, if I look at it very well critically, it's as if Mr. President is the one controlling the EFCC. They have to have done whatever they want to do. Even they're supposed to reply, Mr. President, with due respect, we are sorry. You are our father in this country, but we are doing our job according to section so, and so. We are forcing this account. They can apply to court. We won't even argue upon their application.
Because that's their duty. They're supposed to be
non-partisan. Our duty.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have taken it like that. It's as if Mr. President override the outcome of the court. So you can now see that Nigeria, whatever they want to do, even a chairman of one political party, maybe from another party, one way or the other, you will see it in his or her body language, trying to please Mr. President. EFCC chairman want to please Mr. President. IGP want to please Mr. President. INEC chairman want to please Mr. President. Even the director, the CEO of our banks, they want to please Mr. President. It shouldn't be so.
I mean, the president has too much power to actually control whatever they do.
It's too much. It's too much.
It's not supposed to be that way. But then they say who that pays the piper will definitely dictate the tune.
Of course.
And we can't remove the fact that most of the funds that gets into either the EFCC, either the INEC in itself, everything comes strictly from the office of the executive, that is the presidency.
Even the appointment.
Even the appointments too is one that selects them, it's one that elects whoever is going to be there. But then, that aside, we're now seeing that can't be truly controlled for now. It's going to take a move by the legislative or the legislature before that can be addressed. But now to election itself, we were expecting that at least, even whether you are loyal to the president or not, for the president to even say that Osun elections to be open, maybe he wants free and fair elections. Bola Ahmed Tinubu posted, that was yesterday, prior to today's election, that he wants it instructed and let it be free and fair. But free and fair is not what we are saying as we speak, because I'm seeing a report here where the same Senator Fadaunsi, who was prior to this election accused of making derogatory statements or inciting statement towards violence, is also being caught on camera telling some people to monitor voters at his units, and says non-voters must be dealt with. That's according to him being caught on tape, saying, though we can't really confirm, some will say that it is doctored, but at least the verifiable media houses are bringing up this report. Now, if leaders like this can be making such statements,
I've said it earlier on, when the foundation is shaking, what do you expect from the righteous people to do? The selection, the process, the election has been faulty. That means that the end result of our election will bring out bad leaders. I don't expect such statement from Senator Fadaunsi. If I was Senator Fadaunsi, I would have apologized and I would promise that nothing like that will happen again. Do you know the reason why I said that? If I'm in a compound and a particular man who is having a wife, children, is being accused of pedophile, abusing a small child, if that man has not done something like that, he's a little bit closer to that kind of crime. Do you get my analysis?
Maybe he has been caught somewhere where that crime is.
Yes, Senator Fadaunsi is now telling the whole public that it is an AI product. It's an AI video. If Senator Fadaunsi is being accused of this inciting statement, we would have seen 2 or 3 people, even from Accord Party, from PDP, and they will defend Senator Fadaunsi as, I know that man.
He won't do that.
Senator Fadaunsi is a responsible man. He can never say that. And you would have seen people posting, people would have called him from backstage. Sir, I'm hearing something about you. When
did you make this
become
statement?
Somebody like this? We know you to be a responsible man in the house. You have been doing this, you have been doing that. But he said it and he went ahead to go and defend himself. Hadn't he has been apprehended and the police detained him, he wouldn't have done that. He would have been a lesson to others. And what I'm saying now is this: whether you are a senator, members of assembly, you are a governor or president, you are representing your state. Millions of people are looking towards you. You know, we learned 75% of our behavior, character from our parents. That is why you see, if you see a dad smoking, 10 fathers, 7 out of the 10 family will be a smoker.
Yeah, true.
But when you see a responsible father, likewise you see the children like that. These leaders, they are the one instigating, inciting our youth
towards violence.
If a senator of a Federal Republic of Nigeria can say something like that, telling us that go over there, go and kill. Later he was trying to amend, rationalizing the word that I'm using that my kill. As if we did not go to school, that my kill means go and vote to kill them. Why that K-high-double-L has not been used in our electoral acts? They only use the word win. Winner. Why didn't the National Assembly use something like killer? Kill. Don't come here to come and play upon our intelligence. We know, I'm very small to him. But at least we have gone through primary 1 to 6. We know when you are mentioning kill, it's attached to gun, it's attached to cutlass, it's attached to weapon. You cannot use that word kill. Even from the beginning of the ministration of the Lord Jesus Christ in the Bible, the only time he mentioned kill
was to interpret about the destroyer.
That's just that the thief came to kill. He has
to
never
destroy.
mentioned go and kill. He even told people if somebody slaps you, turn the other side. That means that it's not a time for you to defend yourself. If possible, run away. Or if that man say, I can slap the second one. If you slap the second one, will you go away? Okay, slap the second one and go away. But a senator using that kind of inciting word, and instead for him to come on and apologize to ACORD member, PDP member, and other members, and I'm sorry, it was this kind of provocation that pushed me to that. But it will never, that would have been the end. And we know that we are having a leader. Because we are human beings, you can make a mistake. But don't just come out and be telling us that you are using that word to go and vote. If that word is in the electoral heart, I will agree with him, mutantis, mutandis.
It's nowhere to be found in the electoral heart.
No word like kill in the electoral heart.
He said it was metaphorical, but it is what it is. I mean,
we are all literature students. We know the meaning of metaphor.
Yeah, you're right. We're all literature students. And prior to this election, we realized that there has been a lot of killings, a lot of cases of gunning people down and stuff like that. So, but now there was going to be voter apathy, but now there's no case of voter apathy. People actually came out in mass to actually vote for the candidate of their choice. What do you think played out here, despite what happened?
You see, Nigerians, they have gone to the stage that while we are living, no hope. If we die, where is the hope? So it is better for us to go and claim our freedom. It is time. You know, I said it. As time goes on, we will discover that some people will point a gun to a voter. If you don't leave that place, I will kill you. And say, it is better for you to kill me, but I will vote. A day is coming. And cut me anywhere. A day is coming that a senator, a governor will offer money and people will collect the money and throw it back to him and tell him to go to hell. Simply because they are ready. People, they have started preaching against you collect 20,000 naira, without one feed your family for the next 4 years. It's a word of wisdom. So now, people, they don't even fear death again. And they know that if you are coming out with a gun, at least you have a numbered bullet. And as soon as you finish the bullet, they will bounce back on you. But we don't know whosoever that is going to kill. And what I'm preaching now is this. If you are serving the people, if you want to control the people, if you want to lead the people, if you want to turn Nigeria, and we want to push you to the promised land, why are you killing? The particular people you want to lead to the promised land, why are you killing them? Nigerians now, they are ready to cast their foot and to elect. But the only problem over there is this, and I know it very, very well. All our political parties, they are giving out two evils. They are candidates. They are giving out two evils. So that you now look at this one does not have certificate. No, let me look at this one. This one, it has certificate, but it doesn't have character. You will now be thinking, and this be a discussion among the one who does not have
between two evils,
and this evil. So all our political parties, they are giving us two evils. Let a reasonable, let an a good leader, people like our forefathers, let them come out. You see how people use their own money to campaign. For them. People will move from one party without any campaign from that particular party and say, I want to go and cast my vote, campaign for that man, because they know that that man is better. And now, the only thing I use to know whether somebody is good or not, or somebody who happens to be a good leader, is this. Whosoever that is coming out campaigning for your own vote, look at their family. The way they treat their children, the way they treat their family. Look at their family, their wives, and if you are lucky, get their former classmates from primary school, secondary school, they will tell you more
about them.
So if somebody is now coming out 6 months before the election, renovating your bowl, dashing out money, you know that money is a great marketer.
He just wants to just whitewash before the election.
That is just it.
Whitewashing. Well, whitewashing happens in Nigerian politics a lot of the time. But I think I'm seeing a report right now, which I think I need your comments on. APC Accord supporters clash at deputy governors' polling units, and it's really trending as we speak. We are seeing people fighting against each other, and that's one of the updates that we are seeing from a place where, and we also saw in reports, especially from one of our correspondents around Osogbo, where he said the national secretary of the APC, his polling unit is just a block away from the SSD to the government in Osun State. And they both have been preaching peace, which brings me to this. The role of leaders in ensuring that their supporters become peaceful voters, in educating their supporters towards peace. Because some people in the political space, I believe there are people that have this kind of sense of morality where we can vote, but we don't need to fight about it. We can have differing opinions, but we don't need to make an issue out of it. Now, we are seeing a deputy governor here who his supporters are clashing with other supporters at their polling units. Don't you think right now leaders, we should be more responsible towards our people, trying to ensure that at least they can be peaceful when election is going on?
Thank you very much. 98% of our leaders appointee political caterpillars in Nigeria. They act opposite of their speech.
Speech
if they tell you, let's go there, cast your votes, go back, they are telling you, go there, kill if you can kill, make sure that let me tell you, all the political parties, last night till this morning, none of them can tell me that they did not share money. They would have taken money to their different leaders' houses and distribute this money to ward units, local government, state executive to go and distribute.
That's all parties now.
Don't tell me that. So what are you saying that go there and vote? What kind of preaching is that? You are meretricious leader, fake leaders. Now, if we look at it very well, I expect something like that. There must be a clash between the APC and the Accord. Why? Because as soon Governor Adeleke loses his units, immediately they will start posting it. CEO, governor's units, APC has won, and that will set signal to the Accord people. So they get there too. Even Oga, our own Oga Gangan, the Olori Oko, lost his units. And let me now tell you, all the political appointee, SSA, I know Davido, the nephew to the governor, is also an SSA and is having a unit.
But that's funny.
Yes, so somebody said it, and I'm yet to verify, but they said it, and he has.
But I know that some family members have positions there.
Yes. Now, if you happen to be a political appointee, you must win your units, whether you like it or not. How are you going to win? Since you have been appointed, you have never been to the place. Nobody knows you. Nobody has ever contacted you. Now, you are going there, you want to win. You are not going to win. But the only thing they do is this. They go there on that day, and they go there with maybe certain amount of money, and they will ask them, how many people are credited? Okay, okay, we have 110, and we just say 110. Let me just take 60. The remaining 50, let me leave it for the other political party, because some will be void.
Some will definitely be.
Some will be blank. And all those mama, they don't even know which one is which.
So they just put their hands, yeah.
So count that one like 15. Void like 5, 20, minus it from 50. That is 30. You leave the remaining 30 for the opposition. So 60, you now say, how much am I going to give 60 people? 50,000 times 6, that is 300,000 naira. Wow. Or 3 million. And they will not call people, go and bring 5, take 250,000. Go and bring 500,000 naira. And you are expecting that there is not going to be a violence. There is going to be. So I expect something like this from the political party, from Accord, and from the APC.
All right, so the new electoral reform has criminalized thuggery, and now we even have a case here in Irewole local government area whereby people came out to neutralize one of APC thugs in Ire just now, and they've actually normalized this and selling during election. So what do you think, when law enforcement agencies start apprehending these offenders and stop politicizing the security?
Because we have over 40,000 security operatives even
yes,
there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You see, when we are having election like this, great number of the security personnel will come from other states. And maybe a police from Kogi. And you know, most of them they don't go there with weapon. But the uniform and some of them will just go there with their phone.
With their phones, yeah.
So if you see somebody carry gun, unless you see a soldier that can help you to apprehend. And after apprehension, the DPO has gone out of the police station. The station officer is got there, maybe they left like 2 or 3. We are deposited the suspect. And having done that, and Yoruba used to say that ibiti àìsàn pati wa to gbóná àìsàn kékèké amambojuku, that when we have something like cancer, we just tell the man with headache, please can you exercise patience. Now we have so many other things, you know, affecting Nigerian security, and when you apprehend somebody that you are accusing of electoral fraud or whatever electoral crime, later you will see people calling senator, we call governor,
and all that,
and the next thing that the man has run away. We can't even look at him. We discovered that that man happened to be a madman.
You not have stories to just
to cover up
manipulation,
and nothing will happen again. Now, when my Oga was alive, late Akere Dolu, the former governor of Ondo State, he said something that any law made without punitive mayor, no punishment, it's just an entertainment.
Any law made without punitive measures, no immediate punishment.
No immediate punishment. There must be, let's put it there, whosoever accused of section 10 of electoral act must or shall be taken to court within 24 hours.
What about mobile courts? They do that in Lagos a lot, especially for traffic offenders.
Just for minor offenses. Because if you them have opportunity like
to defend themselves,
it's against the law, section 36. You now see all these things. You are supposed to be a kind of special court for electoral offenses.
Let's see if we can take this call. Hello, you are online with us. Oh, I think we lost that call actually, but that's another thing entirely. But we just hope that you please keep calling. I'm saying that lots of calls are coming in at the same time, but the networks are jamming each other. So calm down. We are going to hear you. We will definitely hear you, but keep putting your calls through. So you talked about the fact that some laws don't actually work out fine, and once punishment is not meted immediately. Proper for punishment. Even the Ecclesiastes said the same thing. He said, because of the fact that people are not punished offenses immediately, you keep on doing it. But then, with this being said, we are seeing a situation where, despite the law says this thing, in fact, the law even puts police officers, security agents, everybody in place. And yet things like this happen. That is to say, there is a lot of politics being played background in elections. Now, this election is very peculiar. We are having an incumbent at the state level against the federal might, that is the incumbent at the federal level. So incumbent jam incumbents in Osun State. So it's more like a battleground. Now, from your take, you said something which I think is very profound. You said none of them can boast of not attempting to violence, attempting to vote buying. Now, definitely, we can't put systems up to really fight this for now. What do you think is a short-term solution to things like this as regards electoral violence that we experience? Before we get there, please, let's quickly take a short break. Immediately after this short break, we'll come back and yes, we will address more on this issue. So please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Once again, the countdown has begun. On Saturday, the 15th of August, 2026, the people of Osun State will decide who leads the state for the next 4 years in one of Nigeria's most anticipated off-cycle governorship elections. Across 30 local government areas, 332 wards, and 3,763 polling units, with 2,339,233 registered voters will exercise their democratic rights as 14 political parties battle for the highest office in the state as the campaigns gather.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the short break we went for actually, but then we are going back into our discussions. But before we go straight into our discussions, please check your screen again. That number is just there. You can call in to just declare, state your own opinions on the Osun elections. We've had some calls earlier. We've had close to 6, 7, 8 calls. Though we know some calls are entering, but it seems as if the network is jamming because of lots of people that are calling in. But you can still make the attempts, call in, and please remember when you call in, a bit of distance from your television or reduce your volume so that we can hear you clearly. And yes, you have 1 minute 30 seconds or at best 2 minutes to declare your own opinions on this particular matter. Before we went on a short break, actually, I was asking a question based on the place of how to curb issues of violence in the short term, looking at the fact that we have placed security operatives. We've tried. I'm not expecting today someone like me that I will see close to the level of violence I've seen. In fact, Nanim Salam was attacked too as well today after he made his speech and complained. Okay. All right. Good afternoon. You're welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Samson from
Oh, Samson from Ileife. Once again, welcome once again. Any thank you for joining us.
My question goes to the invitees.
Yeah.
The matter arising, and I believe it's possible to curb violence in the during election like this. If the policy can be made that anybody that being in the party should not cause one party to another one. If possible. Because you don't want the violence like this. People who have been in a party before, I know they are entering real for big election. By the time it cross to other party, he's going there with all the machinery has been using.
Yeah, one particular of the party.
He was. And that is why the problems come in like that, because cross-party problem. They always go with the talk they are using the other party. And they know each other. The civilians, the masses don't know what they are doing. You are just beating the bush. That's my question to you.
So how we can try as much as possible to stick up when we know cross-party also affects the violence that we see today. Thanks so much for that question. Really appreciate you. So would you like to attend to this question first before I come with mine?
Okay, let me attend to the question. I will start from the last caller. He made mention about carpet crossing.
Yeah, carpet crossing.
You know that Governor Adeleke moved to PDP in 2017.
True.
He was in APC before. And in late 2025, he now moved to Accord Party. Within year of 10, he has moved from 3 parties. I study Awolowo very well, unless he formed another party. So it's just like somebody who got married to a particular man and you are now saying this man is having problem. You marry again, you remarry again, you remarry. As time goes on, You won't even know whether this one is good or that husband is not good. Now, let's forget about that one. You are talking about short-term solution to our problem in Nigeria. He has already mentioned one of it, which is the one that he just mentioned now, carpet crossing. The Electoral Act 2026 has already taken care of this, because INEC will tell you, supply the name of your candidate, it will be uploaded.
Yeah, true.
Whether you like your party or you don't like your party, you are going to wait for another 4 years. You come from party A to party B again. That one is sacrosanct now. Because the time you submit the name, for you to know whether you are favored or not, the window is closed. That's systematical closure of carpet crossing. But they can still move. Because African will say, you don't allow me to win, I will not allow you also to win.
Against you.
But it's not going to be the one again. Now, concerning other short-term solution, let's talk about secrecy of our election. The INEC supposed to disallow cameras, smartphone, in all the polling units, so that if you have given somebody money to go and vote for you, nothing to snap again to confirm whether you have been voted for or not.
But people will argue, I'm sorry to cut in that aspect, but people will argue that that could also be dangerous, because sometimes the presence of cameras over there exposes whatever anomalies is done in that position.
They should do it in a way that 5 meters or 10 meters to the polling unit.
5 meters.
So if you're voting here 5 meters away, or 10 meters to this. People, I can go there now to go and vote, and I will go with my smartphone. Then I can use my phone. If you are telling me to drop my phone, and I will ask you what kind of law that says I should not go over there. But if it has been conspicuously written in the Electoral Act that nobody should move closer over there, or you shall not hold the ballot paper with the smartphone or cameras, then you can drop your phone to your family member, and you can drop your phone 5 meters away, go in there and cast your vote. And if somebody has given you 20,000 naira or 10,000 naira with any charms or inculcation or any cost, you will tell her, don't worry, sir, I have voted for you. And originally you did not vote. Though that one will discourage them. And another solution is a way whereby you find a lasting penalty. You make sure that whosoever that's going to be penalized, sent to jail, will spend 5 years, so that he won't be able to monitor, to do anything in the next election. And Africa, I study us very well. As soon as we see an example, nobody will dare to do it again. You have already mentioned it, that this political connection, somebody has been arrested and the senator, governor will start calling, okay, don't do this, don't do that. Don't worry, we will talk to him, but release him.
And they will change the story entirely.
Change the story entirely. So these are the short-term solution. But our Electoral Act, and I've said it time without number, that according to Machiavelli in his book, which was written in 1448, page 20, second paragraph, he says that when you want to make a new and good law, you will be an enemy to those people that are benefiting from the old and the bad laws. Majority of the senators, they are benefiting from the bad Electoral Act. How will you ask them to come and make law that will debar them from winning another election?
Well, every good policy, we have people that will fight against it. So we all
companies
comes good manners, actually.
Companies will fight you. By the time you are raising any point of order, they are paid them. You know, in National Assembly, some people will against your bill simply because you did not greet him last night.
And you didn't lobby with them. Or
you didn't lobby with them.
In the whole thing.
Or maybe you are trying to prove that, okay, I'm a professor, I'm a doctor, I'm this, and that man got there to SS3. He will tell you that your professorship, I will make sure I rubbish it.
Because at the end of the day too.
But Nigeria will suffer most.
Yeah, true. You made a statement that there is no political party that can tell you that they have not shared the money from last night till this morning. And Section 92 of a new electoral reform allows a governorship candidate to spend up to 3 billion, right? So do you think the candidate of APC and Accord Party have not exceeded their limit by going over to share the food, the money. And they said that 3 billion over
at
there.
least each one would have spent over 10 billion.
That one is obvious. They said 3 billion and you react by electoral 6. All paying activities stop 24 hours before election. Out of last night, which is under 24 hours. You should not talk about anything about campaign again. Even you should not put on
the clothes of the party,
any emblem. But having campaign since the ban has been lifted, last night they will now crash themselves to a particular location, which will be communicated to the school, political appointee, and you will see all of them troop it to state capital, Osogbo, which Ghana must go evening time, and you calling themselves. I told somebody that if I won't be very well, I have president. I will only on that election day, LMTN, Glo, Airtel to shut down.
All true.
All true. Nothing to communicate. Even one talk will not be able to call another talk in another unit. And I will do it in a way that police can communicate. They won't use all this MTN, Glo. They won't use walkie-talkie. We will get connected to the internet. And they can use it. And there's something we call this jammer. When you place it here, not the network will work. Put it in all those places to jam. Even they won't be able to transfer money. You know that when they don't have cash, they bring your all this digital bank. Bring it, and they will transfer money. So now, if you really want to work, you have to stay in one quiet place. Look for people like you. Let us think what we can do so that we can cop this thing. It's not something that you can just write or you can just make law.
So the law does not apply to them.
They made the law.
They made the law, so it doesn't apply to them.
They find a way it applies to them, but they will make sure that you're able to get them.
Well, one of the thoughts today, because I remember talking with
I saw you go on. They're in politics, and we used to say this. You don't fight too much. Even if you have won election today, the people that have been arrested, the winner will be the one to go to police station. Please leave them, let them go, because he has won.
Maybe you might use them later.
you are getting it now. You are becoming of the politicians.
I won't. I might become a politician, but I don't think for now I interest in that, because the stress and
politics
the rigid it's Nigerian politics for now is not something I want to solve my hands with. But one of the things I saw was we were up chat with one of our pundits who was at Osun, and we asked him about vote buying. He talked about need and making use of true security operators are doing that. We've seen cases of electorates seizing whoever is sharing the money and posing them to the media, collected the money and still not done their and all those things. But one of the things he said was new kinds of vote buying. They actually perpetrated in where they even put good food for them. So you vote, you go into a very good house. It's
very close to the police unit.
Very close to the polling unit. It's as if you're just having fun there. Then they drop your money, they drop you food, and you are good to go. And the police are not being able to nab them, even though I know vividly well that, at least from experience, that they would be somewhere around that area, at least looking at it. So it keeps getting creative. In Ekiti, we even saw people. At the time around, we want to address people of Nigeria themselves. In Ekiti, EFCC caught a vote buyer, and people chased out the EFCC officials that they should permit them to collect that. It's even the people as embraced, and they are so in love with them themselves. How do we begin to address people in the sense that, because you said a lot of, and it takes a refining of mind now. So how do we begin to address people in this aspect? Because it seems people love it themselves. They love whatever these leaders are doing, because if the market is not there, the buyer will not sell.
Thank you very much. concerning that, let me just use this and I'll explain to you so that maybe you can agree with me if you want to agree. What about those parents going to special center for their children?
Jab Chama said the same thing. So.
It's the same thing. You want your own people to be there. Let me tell you, it is easy for 3 of us now to be speaking as if the house is on fire with grammar. But as soon as you see that your father is a candidate of one political party to become a governor, you will forget whatever we have said this morning because you know what we want out of it. That is, you see the video despite its tight schedule,
still coming.
He has gotten an appointment as SSA. He wants to put that one in his profile, and everything, the goodies in that position is for Adeleke's family, and that is why you see all of them. The one who happened to be a businessman, not a politician, will use the money to support his brother. And the one who happened to be a governor will use the position to support the businessman to become a great creator of electricity or whatsoever, any contract coming out. They're just using everything to make sure that I get favored. Even as I'm speaking now, if I want to contest for any position, my agent mother will come out. If possible for my dead father, is going to come out vote. Why?
He knows the benefits that comes with it.
Because as soon as you see your people, you will do otherwise. Secondly, you will know that you can only rig an election where you are popular.
You can only rig an election where you are popular.
You can't rig where you are not popular. It's not possible for you. So all those people begging FCC to leave those vote buyers is because the vote buyers is working for their candidates. So all this that we are saying, it transcends to every aspect of our life. Where you see Imam, his friend will be the manager of the bank over there. Where you see pastor, the friend of the pastor will become manager. So where you see one particular political party doing roles, giving contract, appointing their children
over there,
the people will say, let our children continue to be there. At least I shall ring Konkonje. People have forgotten about Nigeria. Why? Because Nigeria as a country has refused to help them. But if as you are now, it is this country that paid for your primary, secondary, and university school fees, you will defend Nigeria to the core, even with your life. But this country has already neglected you.
A lot of people.
And your dad struggled that you at least will become a graduate. And now Nigeria is calling that, let us protect Nigeria. You will ask yourself, which of the Nigerian?
The one that did not.
Is it the one that left me? Do you understand?
Yeah.
And that is why when I see most of our senators arguing at the National Assembly, they are just doing it simply because of the million that is entering into their accounts. They are not doing it because they want to lay down legacy. Go and see argument in United Kingdom. Go and see argument in America. The way this leader, because whatever they had today, any position where they have gotten to, it is the country that helped them. And I can say it's where I am speaking now.
That the country of Nigeria has helped you?
Never, for once. Whatever that I'm doing it out of conscience. I have never benefited
a single thing
from even during COVID-19, just to give us 2 meals a day, they refused to. Hospital, it doesn't exist. Good road. Every 6 months we change our shock absorber and we spend a lot of money. And this security that has been written and entrenched in our constitution is nowhere to be found. What about talking about the economy, rights?
The country.
Talking about the education, Section 18 of Section 3 of the Constitution that says governor, president, sum up together as government, that they must provide education up to the level. But they put the clause over there when it is practicable. It won't be practicable when they are buying healers for 50 million. When they are using billion to buy food in Nassau Rock. So why are you asking me to come and lay down my life to protect Nigeria? Whereas Nigeria has never for once done anything for me. So that is the reason.
It's well. I just hope things like that change. But let's talk.
Sorry, before you proceed. I believe that there is a particular section of Nigerian electoral reforms that talks about the electorate not disclosing whoever they vote for, he or she votes for. I think that's section 146 also. I can't. So, do you think average Nigerians will actually stick to this law or stick to the process?
In addition to that, one Ori just posted even their ballot paper and who they voted for is on Twitter now as we speak.
So
you see, when a law is being made, I usually read the answer. The answer is the history, why, the purpose, the rationale behind the law. So when I read it, the answer behind that particular section that you mentioned, I read it in 2010 electoral act. Then I was involved in one election petition between Ladoja, yes, in Oyo State then. Yeah. I was involved. So I came across that particular section and I told Barrister Olanipekun, who happened to be an SAN, Chief Olanipekun, that, okay, this is the provision. He said, Mr. Bada, in our office then, the law hub in Ibadan. He said, Mr. Bada, let me see. He said, yes, fine. And I started asking him a lot of questions concerning that particular section. He explained, this man is fast in learning about electoral processes. He explains to me that it will cause problem. It will protect you. And that is why it's being put there. But people are violating it. Why? Economic value. They want to collect money. And these politicians, they have weaponized poverty. As we are speaking now, if we raise up our head like this, we see Adeleke or we see our president, it's either we put an end to this thing within 1 minute or 2 minutes, and we say we want to go on break so that we can attend to him. That is the way and the manner the politicians they wired us. Even when they are driving and you did not raise up your hand, they will look at you, okay, you want to show me that you're wise more than others, they will deal with you. Without praising them. Now, these are the things that these people, they have done to us, our psyche. They have conditioned us that even if you are voted, you will go to Adeleke in his polling units. Oga, it's you. Whatever the case may be, I'm your candidate. Oga, see, look at my phone. And that man will say, okay, thank you. We will see when you finish. Just to show. Because whatever that particular voters has become through that candidate, and they want to show loyalty to us. That has been the 16. They have conditioned us. And that is why you see people collecting rice. Thank God. You see, in Africa, let me say in Nigeria, Paris, you go to a function, you will see plethora youth begging for money. And you will see people coming with plates, please give us food. The poverty has been weaponized and it has transcended to our electoral processes. Why? People, they don't have what they can eat again. But will you agree with me that you are not a poor man?
I'm not.
You are not a poor man. Because if somebody is giving you 10,000, you won't change your mind.
I won't. Definitely.
But I know that you have a price. If somebody offers you 50 million, you can still change.
I will think about it.
You will think about it. You are thinking about it. So that is the way. By the time they look at you, can we give this man appointments? Can we help him to get visa to Canada? Can we give him 10 million naira? Having conquered you, they have conquered thousands of people. That is what they do. But if it is just a single talk, you don't want more than 10,000 naira. Come on, take 10,000.
I have two questions to ask. Let me ask one first. Let's talk about the electoral process. Let me say I have 3 questions to ask, but let's start with the electoral process.
Okay.
I'm seeing, though we don't yet have total numbers for that yet, but I observed that Ekiti election we had more numbers than we had in their past election, in the last election we had. And in Osun election, we are having reports of high voter turnouts. 2.3. Though we have 2.3 million registered voters, but we are already getting reports of high voter turnouts in Osun. How happy or what do you think is the contributing factor to this in this current election?
Thank you very much. Before, the farmers, the independent workers, I'm not talking about the civil servants, before, they will tell you, I'm not eating from the government. But now they have realized that whatever they do now is being connected to politics. They need to come out. That's number one. And number two is this. By the time they say that this so-called politics, they know that they need to get involved. And these are the things that has affected people, and they are not coming out to come and vote. And some of them, they are being pushed out because of poverty. They want to eat out of the national cake. Even if it is a small amount of peanuts, they want to eat. But majority of the people now, the youths, reasonable one among them, they want to learn. How are they doing it? Which political party to join? How am I going to be in order to become a members of assembly? So some of them, they came out. And this, you see all this social media stuff, really exposed. A whole lot of and some have been annoyed to an extent that I want to vote this man out. I want my vote to be counted. So those are the reasons why people are now coming out. That let me vote so that I will be able to say something concerning my state. I believe these are the factors, but we still have plethora factors affecting the decision of the people to come out. And at the same time now, you know, this mobility, before, let's say 30 or 40 years ago, before you can move from here to, let's say, 10 meters away, it's maybe it's just only one vehicle that will ply that road once a day. But if you have your money, you can travel in the morning, cast your foot, and you can still go back in the evening.
With pace. Because some roads are good now these days. Yes. So let's ask this, because INEC to us, well, let's ask for INEC's process. We know the amount of money INEC spends on these elections. Yeah. But if you observed earlier before we started, we had a call with Joshua Tolagbe, and he told us about ink not being enough at a particular polling unit. They had to go get new inks. We've seen places where they said, give us, that was at, I think, Ejibo, 594, the polling unit in Ejibo, 594
ballot papers,
but it was not up to that was presented there. We've seen issues of malfunctioning beavers. We've seen issues of non-display of EC30A and organized vote buying, but so far so good. What's your take on INEC's process? Do you think it's an upgrade from what we experienced in Ekiti to this particular point?
Well, thank you very much. You know, there have been enormous provision for INEC from our revenue allocation. You know, I've started studying the electoral act. Even the money given to INEC, that INEC must have collected at least 6 months before the election day, all the money they need. Good. All the money INEC needs for any election whatsoever. And INEC has the power to put this money, it's not billion, trillion, to put this money in any commercial bank for interest. You can see the kind of, because of inflation, that let's say INEC collects 1 billion or 1 trillion, INEC can arrange with any bank, help us to fix this money. Fix it in 3 tranches or 2. Half a billion for a year or 6 months, half a billion for 2 months. Okay, how much are we going to collect for a month? So at least out of 1 billion, maybe INEC collect, let's say 100 million naira. Is plus to the money. So INEC has the power to collect the money, fix it anywhere, and they can use the proceeds to do whatever they want to do. And INEC has the power to buy whatever they want to buy within INEC without going out. So if they want to buy ink, they want to ditch out the contract for printing of the ballot paper, they don't need Mr. President approval, Commissioner approval, or anyone IGP approval, or anything whatsoever. Now, you have seen all this independence, and INEC has the power to choose anybody to do the job.
Sure.
But I don't know the reason why INEC will be unable to produce ink. But I think the way, when I'm talking now, I've seen the reason. As soon as INEC is through with today's election, the table, the chairs, the ballot box will be thrown anyhow. Go to INEC office.
Places they shouldn't
it's not far from here. INEC office, you will see, put it outside under the sun, under the rain. Why can't they are not maintaining? They're not maintained. Now, let me now tell you something concerning the way and the manner we do things in this country. Maintenance culture there.
It's totally out of it.
It's not there. Hadn't is there. They ought to have gone to the manufacturer of those ballot boxes. That by the time you put it inside, like 100, when you compact them together, it won't be more than this. And they ought to have done it in a way that you can just remove all those things that, like this laptop, you can close it and you collapse it. They ought to have done with that one. And at the same time, they ought to have developed not indelible ink. Something that will be like a stone, that when you touch it like this, the ink will be there. And the ink, we have security over there. Enormous security that if you are faulted now, by the time you are going to another place, it will show. Maybe all the ink will be blue and when you go to another place, there might have been a chemical inside it, it will turn to yellow. And when you are complete, will say you are faulted. Those are the things that they're supposed to be thinking. But they are thinking how a particular official in INEC office will make sure that the contractor that will print the ballot box will be his wife or her husband.
Nepotism in the place of contract collections.
That has been the problem.
INEC
does not have vehicle. They will go to NURTW
to get vehicles. And sometimes those ones, there was one particular election, that was Anambra election. I can't forget that. I was at Anambra, I was at Aguata local government. That was the Alangwa election of 2022, thereabouts in 2022. And I can't forget this scenario was, we were all there at the polling unit waiting for INEC officials to be there. They came late. It was the car of a candidate that brought the INEC official, presiding officer, and everybody,
security.
Everybody came.
Now, what are you expecting?
Well, the results showed that particular election. But you said something, sir, which I want to ask a question about that.
So before you ask your question, this Osun State election, the sum total of the security officers deployed, I think we're saying the other time we have 15,000 police officers, 10,210 NSCDC officers, and we have 100 EFCC. No army was mentioned. Can you talk about the place of politicization of the security system in this Osun State election? Was there politicization of the security, whereby the political parties or the political party executive were actually using the security people for themselves? Because I saw a video here whereby they apprehended a thug, and the thug was in a uniform, a security personnel uniform. Can you talk about that?
That particular thug mentioned his name as Adeyemi something. He's working with one politician from Lagos State, and people are just asking a lot of questions. But let me tell you something. Do you think we can really exonerate ourselves from corruption? Possible?
Absolutely not.
No. And this thing has to go on with your conscience. And at the same time, let me tell you this, which is very, very germane, very important. If you decide to be doing acting or do normal things, Nigeria will see you as abnormal.
Totally abnormal person.
Let me tell you. Now, the way you dress is acceptable, it's fine. You represent a particular culture. But some people will be saying at the back of the stage, so that lady that loves to dress like Africa, she should have been taking on something that will expose her more. That is the way and manner that most of the security personnel, some of them, they have even decided before they stepped out of the barracks, I'm coming back with $500,000.
That they are going to make a lot of money from all this.
In a way whereby the DPO will complain to the politician, without asking him a question. Hello, sir, we are having a problem in Ward 5, Unit 5. So, at the say, sir, do you know that they gave me just only 10,000 naira for today? Yes, sir.
Let's take the call. All right, good afternoon. You are online. Oh, the call broke again. That's sad.
It's the network issue. Now, as I was saying, the DPO, the area commander, will be telling the politician, sir, please, don't give me problem. Let me do my job. The reason is this. I was given just only 40,000 naira to buy fuel. And that 40,000 naira will buy only 34 or 35 liters. And I need to go to Irewole, from Irewole to Ede, from Ede to Osogbo. How will you think that I will go with all those things? In fact, as I'm speaking with you now, I'm having a flat tire. And at the same time, my carburetor is telling me one story. He's telling the politician that you have to
send something.
So, and as soon you have collected politician, now if you have seen the man sharing money, you say, Oga, haven't you heard that we should not share money? And we say, haven't you heard that we should not collect money from politicians?
So what we are here there, even the law.
And let me now tell you the secret. The one that I've seen, this one is not written anywhere. An election was conducted in Ondo State years back. A woman, giant woman, more than 6 feet, came all the way from Kogi State. She has been standing at the back of the lorry. When she alerted from that lorry at Omimo, the police station, the woman was shaking, and I was there. And I told her, Madam, go and sit down somewhere. The way and the manner the police were treated, I did not like it. Around 7 o'clock, nothing to eat. A police from another state, no provision whatsoever, no hotel. What do you expect from them? By 7 o'clock, we have to gather money.
To buy
bought them food. When we bought them food, they were now asking us, who is our candidate? Now, and they tried enough that they are not trying to buy us. They were trying to ask that once you are doing this for us, even if you want to derail, they will be able to say, sir, don't do that again. They don't want to be too harsh to their benefactors.
You've helped them already.
You now see where the problem lies. Government should make provision about that one for the police, civil defense, the army. They should, so that these people will be independent. I've given you food last night and you want to arrest me. I will curse you.
You said something, sir, because I think I have another question, because I think I just have 2 more questions to ask. Our time is fast spent. We are just 10 minutes away from the end of this segment. You said we don't elect the best, we elect the richest. And I have been asking a question. Can it ever get to a time where
we elect the best?
We elect the best or a not so rich person at this time in Nigerian politics? Because it's not the richest.
Yoruba, they say something that when the water is hot, the small slave will understand life. We have started to understand it now. When we don't have hospital good news, a time is coming. I've said it. I know this country will be better. We are going to the best. It's going to be better. Then somebody will get there that will change everything. The whole scenario. All those cabal,
break them.
All those quarters from the north, that we have numbers. Whatever you want to do, if you don't support you won't get it. There will be some kind of executive order that will change the trend. Then we will be able to elect the best. How on earth will you be telling that somebody with primary C certificate can become a governor? Also, like primary C, for God's sake.
In the world that is thriving on intelligence.
When I was in primary C, I couldn't read very well. And I can say it, I remember very well. Before, I read it as Beverly, therefore Terefore. And this is the person you are calling to come and be our representative, our leader. Then, until I got to the secondary school, so I started learning English very well. There are some words that I couldn't even know the meaning. Etymologically, I couldn't pronounce it very well. The same thing in Yoruba. In English, Now you are asking, you are making law that that particular graduate of that particular class can become a governor. Premises holder. What is he going to know about security, policy, economy,
Informations,
representing Nigeria in diaspora? For sake. So by the time we make laws that make it that education is part of our life, because education is not something to get you a job, it's not something to make you speak good English, but to open your head so that you can think positively.
Yeah.
And you know the time to keep quiet, time to speak, and time to heart, and time to not so hard. That is education. So education, by the time we attach it to our policies, that if you fail to develop yourself, you cannot develop this country.
True. You can't.
You didn't go to school.
You can't give what you don't have. Actually.
You can't give. You can't give what you don't have. You did not go to school. A governor that will say, if they come like this, I will give it to them. Bam. What kind of governor is that one? The only thing we can see in you is just to be dancing here and there.
Oh. Well, let's ask this because
before you finally ask your question, let me just ask my own question. And we understand that SDP governorship candidate was added to the list very late, and that was on Thursday, which made the INEC reprinted the ballot papers. Do you think the addition of SDP constitutes the ballot paper not being the number of voters in a unit?
Of course it does. You know, the judgment was delivered on the 22nd of July. And the ballot papers were delivered on the 13th. And today is 15. It's not easy. You know, ballot paper must have certain security. And I know they would have printed ballot paper before. INEC was ordered to add the candidates, including the deputy governor, Oladipo, to the ballot paper. That really affected the process.
So don't you think you use it to actually achieve whatever they want to achieve regarding the mismanagement of ballot paper at a polling unit?
You see, INEC is trying to play smart. I think today's election is conducted without SDP candidate. Everything is void. It's non and void. There is going to be another election. That's the Electoral Act. If any name of any candidate is being, one way or the other, taken out of the ballot paper or mistaken out of the ballot paper, is another election. Another one. So INEC is trying to say, don't let me waste my money. Let us do the taxpayers' money. Let us do it like that. So we are trying to be at the better side. And that is why they added SDP. If INEC refuses
it's going to be trouble.
To add SDP, we're having another election in the next 30 days.
Well,
that's the law.
Let's just have this question because I'm seeing that results are trickling in already gradually from many local governments. We are seeing their polling units throwing up. But I want to ask this as a final question before we end this segment. What's your personal prediction for this election? What do you think is going to do? Do you see litigation cases coming up soon? Who do you think might be the winner from your own personal predictions of the election? And you might even state why you feel so.
My prediction, I will never predict who is going to be the winner. But my prediction is this. Whosoever becomes the winner, we give kudos to INEC. And the loser will be, Chibi, you have seen, I've said it before. That's the only thing that I know is true.
Yeah, that's the surest of all things.
They will advise the loser, don't waste your money to go to court.
And he might refuse the advice.
Of course, he has the right, but the Electoral Act says no court can declare anybody winner. Now is that the other election?
So
it's
with running, you're going to spend more money.
More money.
And you don't have that money right now.
So if any election is being nullified, you can't say, okay, hey, having been declared that you are the winner, no, leave the place and B should come. It's another election.
I think I like that part of the electoral law. It says that no one can declare winner, so go back to election.
Yes,
so everybody will spend minimally.
That you did not contest, you did not get yourself involved in any electoral process, and you have been declared as a winner. No, that was then.
It can't happen anymore.
But I know the winner will praise INEC.
and the loser will definitely criticize them.
That is just it.
Because there are already complaints that IREV is not working right now and the result has not been uploaded.
Yes.
But that's from another party actually.
But the winner will say the one in my own area works
working
very well.
Thanks so much, Barrister Badamati, for being a part of this. We really appreciate this discussion with you. Wow, it's been productive.
Yes, very, very productive, and it has certainly been an enlightening and insightful discussion. In this segment, we have examined the level of voter participation across Osun State, reviewed reports and development emerging from the field, listened to feedbacks and observation from citizens, and assessed the overall conduct of electoral process so far. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to our guest analysts for joining us and for providing valuable perspective and insight that have helped us better understand the developments surrounding to this election in Osun State.
Well, we will take a short break at this point. When we return, later in the day, our attention will shift to some of the key issues emerging from the election, including the performance and response of the electorate, actually, the Electoral Commission, the voter turnout patterns across the state, the major lessons from today's electoral exercise, and the broader implications for democratic party in Osun. We will also consider what today's election could mean for future political contests, particularly the next Osun State governorship election, as well as the 2027 general elections, which is fast approaching. So stay up as we follow developments across Osun State, bring you timely, credible, and verified updates. Our special election continues after this break. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
The countdown has begun. On Saturday, the 15th of August 2026, the people of Osun State will decide who leads the state for the next 4 years in one of Nigeria's most anticipated off-cycle governorship elections. Across 30 local government areas, 332 wards, and 3,763 polling units, with 2,339,233 registered voters will exercise their democratic rights as 14 political parties battle for the highest office in the state. As the campaigns gather momentum and candidates take their messages to the electorate, every vote will count, every voice will matter, and every moment will shape the future of Osun State. Join KAFTAN Television for comprehensive election coverage featuring candidate profiles, campaign updates, expert analysis, live reports from across the state, collation, and results. Our studio opens at 9 a.m. from our Ondo studios. Watch us live on NIGCOMSAT frequency 12625 MHz, the free television mobile app, and our YouTube channel. Don't miss a moment of this historic exercise.
Welcome to another edition of Chronicles in 5. About 1 in 3 adults has high blood pressure, but many don't realize it. High blood pressure is sometimes called a silent killer because it is usually coming with no warning signs. Yet, it can lead to life-threatening conditions like heart attack or stroke. The good news is that high blood pressure or hypertension can often be prevented or treated. Early diagnosis and simple healthy changes can keep high blood pressure from seriously damaging your health. Normal blood flows delivers nutrients and oxygen to all parts of your body, including important organs like your heart, your brain, and kidneys. Your beating heart helps to push blood through your vast network of blood vessels, both large and small. Your blood vessels, in turn, constantly adjust. They become narrower or wider to maintain your blood pressure and keep blood flowing at a healthy rate. It is normal for your blood pressure to go up and down throughout each day. Blood pressure is affected by time of day, exercise, the food you eat, stress, and other factors. Problems can rise, though, if your blood pressure stays too high for too long. High blood pressure can make your heart work too hard and lose strength. The high force of blood flow can damage your blood vessels, making them weak, stiff, or narrower. Over time, hypertension can harm several important organs, including your